using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner.
everyone, to our workshop Electronic Registration and Listing using CDER Direct 2024. Good day, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you may be across this globe. It is extremely exciting to see so many of you online with us here today. I was checking out the chat bot there, and we certainly appreciate your commitment in attending this event and overcoming any scheduling challenges. We invite you to chat amongst yourselves in the chat pod as you did earlier. And like I mentioned, we already have wide global representation. So that is definitely an encouragement to see such lively participation. My name is Brenda Stoddard, and I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance, SBIA, as we like to refer to it, the SBIA program, which operates within the Division of Drug Information, DDI, which in turn resides in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Communications. And here you see a very simplified organizational structure. Since 2017, SBIA has had the privilege to collaborate with the Drug Registration and Listing Branch, and they exist within the Office of Compliance to produce this annual event. And it is my very great pleasure to be here with my colleagues with you here today. The workshop features an unsurpassed cast of subject matter experts, most of them from the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. You can't get more subject matter expertise than that. And also the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. We entreat you to make the most of this experience, attend all the sessions which interest you, which I hope will be the entire day's agenda. Learn all that you can and submit your questions during the available Q&A sessions, and of course, network in the chat pod. Of note, we are also offering live YouTube streaming, so go ahead and invite your colleagues. However, please note that only those attendees who register and attend via the online rooms will be able to submit questions to our speakers. I am very pleased to announce that this workshop offers a total of 6.5 contact hours for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. The CEs are available to all real-time attendees who self-identified as healthcare professionals during the registration process, and again, who attend via the online room login. Please note the emphasis on real-time and room logins, as no CEs can be given to those who attend via YouTube or for post-event viewing. All faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those of several companies should be used rather than only that of a single supporting company. CE faculty speakers are required to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label, unlabeled, not FDA approved, and any limitations on the information that is presented. We have a spectacular lineup of speakers, and the planning committee, speakers, and CE consultation and accreditation team have nothing to disclose. Participants must attest to their attendance and complete the final activity evaluation via the CE portal, and that's ceportal.fda.gov. Final activity evaluations must be completed within 2 weeks after the activity, no exceptions. So in this case, the deadline for this workshop is September 26th. We apologize in advance, but we will be unable to make exceptions to that deadline. Pharmacists should note that failure to provide the correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format may result in the loss of credit for this activity. Your NABP profile number should be the 6 or 7-digit profile number assigned by the CPE monitor, and your birth date should be in the month, date format, example 0912. Do not provide your pharmacy license number. Please click the My Account tab and then navigate to Edit Contact Information to verify that your information is correct. Physicians and nurses may then view or print their statement of credit. Pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 6 weeks after the last session of the activity to obtain their CE credit. Of course, this is after you've submitted it. And please allow enough time after submission to do your first check. It's not going to show up within 2 or 3 days. Okay, and let's see. Here are our learning objectives for this workshop in its entirety. So during the day, we will explain who must register and list. We will provide an overview to FDA's registration and listing compliance program. We will describe the formats and segments of the National Drug Code. And we will also discuss OTC drug listing requirements and its relation to the OTC monograph drug user fee program, or a MUFA assessment. All righty. Now, as we set up for this poll, which we try to do every conference or every workshop, it's quite exciting. I know that some of you may have been with SBIA for quite some time, perhaps even going back as far as 2010 when we first started. So I dare say that many of you are also first-time attendees. A special welcome to our first-timers as we work towards expanding our audience base and increasing our portfolio of SBIA events. So let's break the ice a little bit. I know it's a bit early here on the East Coast. So let's break the ice a little bit and get us thinking. This is the question. Please participate if you can. And the question is, how many SBIA conferences have you attended? Your options are A, my first one, B, 2 to 5, C, 6 to 10, D, more than 10, and E, most since 2010. So let's wait a couple more seconds to see if the numbers settle down here. Many of you who are used to attending SBIA conferences, I think you're quite familiar with this poll. Okay, so it looks like we have settled down here. We have 33% choosing A. And for those of you selected A, this is a fantastic event to attend as your introduction to SBIA. And the next time you'll be able to select B. All right. E, I attended almost all since it started. 4%, that's fantastic. For the 4%ers and everyone else for whom this is not your first time, thank you so very much for your continued support to all those who have been with us at previous events. I didn't request this before, but Nora, can you please take a snapshot of these results for me, please, so we can have those for our records. Thank you much for participating. Okay. As of this morning, we have over 3,300 registrants representing over 80 countries. Now, over 55% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses, and of those, over 24% report having 1 to 9 employees. These stats continue to be extremely important to us as they confirm that we are indeed reaching the small business sector of our audience, and they also validate our mission and the very existence of the program itself. Here is a snapshot of a geomap for today's map, and this map itself is also invigorating to us here at FDA, for it provides a very powerful visual as to the impact and extent of our outreach. And you individually can actually click on this image, which will take you to your browser, where you can zoom in and have a closer look at our global participation. And I invite you to try it. Zoom in on your geographic area and see if anyone else is attending from your neighborhood. Moving on, this slide provides the QR codes for social media avenues. You can scan them with your phones and be taken to the appropriate platform. And they will also be advertised across the screen banner during the breaks if you miss it now. Let's talk about some logistics. For today's event, we will have a total of 14 speakers and panelists, not to mention our organizers and technical staff. There may be some internet issues depending because we have global representation, but please bear with us. And if in fact we encounter those, we will try to get them resolved as quickly as possible. And speaking of tech issues, here's a link for our one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions, for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance, and so much more. It's the same page that you used this morning for your online access to the event. So please bookmark that page as you may need it during the course of the day. If you do have any technical questions about this workshop, please check there first, as you will most likely find your answer. Again, we invite you to submit your questions to us so that we can have a vibrant and productive Q&A segment, which is so crucial to these events as we get to hear, some concerns of people across the audience. This is a learning opportunity, and we encourage you to take full advantage of the expertise we offer here. We will answer as many questions as time allows. And when you do submit your question, please identify that individual presenter by prefacing your question with the speaker's name, as shown here. Also, during each presentation, there's a link on the right side of the pod where you will see the speaker's headshot, and there's a orange button that says download the slides. Of course, you get your slides from here, but what I want to point out is that this link is only active during the real-time presentation. There is also a link to a speaker evaluation, and we encourage you to take the time to complete the evaluation as your feedback is much appreciated by the individual speakers. In addition to the speaker evaluation, we have a final conference evaluation. Upon completion of this survey, an attendee can then download a certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of RAPS, SOCRA, ACRP, and SQA credits. The trick is that the certificate must be downloaded immediately after completing the survey. Otherwise, that opportunity is lost. Even if you do not want or need a certificate, please take a few minutes to complete the conference evaluation, as your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. Note that both the evaluation and certificate are only available for 2 weeks, which means that deadline date is September 26th. So please remember that date. The survey link will be posted on our one-stop shop page this afternoon. And as a reminder, all the sessions are being recorded. It will take a couple weeks or so to process the recordings, but you will soon be able to access them from SBIA's homepage. And I sincerely hope you have already bookmarked that page, which is fda.gov/CDER-SBIA. It's also there in the lower left of the slide that you're looking at, of all the slides. In the interim, the YouTube link for today's recording will be posted on the One Stop Shop webpage at the end of the day. To simplify things, SBIA will send one email to all the registered attendees within the next 24 hours. The email will have information on both the Healthcare Professional CE claim code and the conference evaluation link. I strongly encourage you to complete the relevant evaluation or evaluations upon receiving that email, as we will not be able to assist you if you miss the deadline date of 09/26/24. And I do want to point out, sometimes it can be a little bit, I do want to point out that these are two separate processes, one for the healthcare professional CEs and the other for the certificate of attendance. Okay. Just a couple minutes to highlight our upcoming events. September 24th, 25th, we will hold our Advancing Generic Drug Development, Translating Science to Approval 2024 conference. This too is an annual event typically held in September, and the workshop will highlight innovative science and cutting-edge methodologies in generic drug development, both within the US and globally. Then on October 9th, we will have our ICH M12 drug-drug interaction studies final guidance. And this 2-hour webinar will include content related to the full scope of the guidance, specifically in vitro evaluations, clinical studies, predictive modeling, study interpretation, risk assessment, and risk management. On October 16th, we will have our global IDMP implementation, Getting Closer to the Goal webinar, which will present an overview of the end-to-end testing results for the global pharmaceutical product identification service operating model. Results from simulated real-world scenarios across 3 global IDMP use cases, pharmacovigilance, drug shortages, and cross-border healthcare will be discussed. Many more 2024 SBIA events are in the pipeline, and additional information will be available on our homepage, again, as seen here. Please bookmark that page. We also invite you to to visit our CDER Learn webpage, where you can link to SBIA tutorials along with other educational resources, many of them which offer healthcare professional CEs as well. And that website, of course, is fda.gov/CDER This slide here calls your attention to a short video which will give you an idea of the SBIA resources available to you. I won't play it for you now, but it will be played during the lunch breaks. At this point, I would like to acknowledge those individuals instrumental in making this event possible. Many are listed here, but so many more deserve credit as well. We thank the planning committee, definitely all our speakers and panelists. Also, a special thanks to Leila Raju Esfandiari and Laurie Simmons, who ensure the smooth coordination of the entire event. A very well-deserved call out to our technical experts behind the scenes. And let's not forget to give thanks for our FDA CE team for processing and approving the activity for 16.5 CEs. A special recognition and introduction to my SBIA colleague, Lieutenant Commander Nora Lim, who will be your SBIA host for today's event. But at this time, I'm sure you're ready for us to launch fully into today's agenda. And as a reminder, all our speaker bios are available on the One Stop Shop website. And now I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker. Matthew Lash, JD, serves as Deputy Director with the CDER for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Compliance. In this role, Matt helps lead the office's talented team in its efforts to protect the public health through effective risk-based enforcement actions and the promotion of voluntary compliance. Matt joined CDER in 2023 from the Department of Justice's Consumer Protection Branch, where he served for 13 years as a trial attorney and assistance director. He represented the United States in criminal and civil cases implicating the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and other statutes impacting consumers. Please, let us welcome Matthew Lash.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction. My name is Matt Lash. I'm the Deputy Director of CDER's Office of Compliance, and I'm honored to present the keynote today. I want to thank all of you for taking part in this conference, which speaks to the importance of our eDRLS work. Quite simply, accurate registration and listing data is essential to public health, and we'll share some examples today that underscore just that. Before we discuss the importance of the data, I just want to share a little bit about CDER's Office of Compliance. We're charged with the oversight of the Vital Drug Registration and Listing Program, but we're also charged with monitoring clinical trial oversight, drug manufacturing requirements, imports, recalls, and the integrity of the drug supply chain. In addition, we protect against counterfeit drugs, ensure labeling compliance, and take actions against health fraud, including prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and compounded drugs. Quite simply, it's a massive mission. And I do want to share our mission statement with you. Ultimately, what anchors the CDER Office of Compliance is protecting patients and consumers. To be effective in fulfilling our mission, we have to uphold high standards for ourselves and for those we regulate. This means finding efficient and effective solutions and acting with dedication and determination, even in complex and challenging situations. And accurate data is essential to patient safety. The data that you submit is really integral to our public health efforts. For example, planning for drug facility inspections to ensure drugs are manufactured in compliance with the law. Data in the Drug Registration and Listing System, also known as eDRLS, is extremely important to FDA's work reviewing imported products from abroad. Data submitted by an importer is checked against our system, and when it doesn't match, FDA can request additional information that can help stop potentially harmful products from entering the United States. We also use this data to track reports of adverse events and assign it to a specific drug for follow-up. In addition, this information enables consumers and healthcare providers to have access to information that can help them make decisions. DailyMed, the FDA Drug Label Repository, the NDC Directory, the Drug Establishment Current Registration Site. Your work is a critical piece in a complex public health framework. It helps protect and inform experts and the public, and we ask that you do everything that you can to submit accurate and complete information, because incorrect information can negatively impact our efforts and put patients at risk. We take this seriously, as you'll hear today, and we hold companies accountable for their data when it's not accurate, complete, or timely. I want to talk a little bit about the numbers. There are over 148,000 drugs currently listed with the FDA. As you can see from this pie chart, over-the-counter drugs have a slight majority at 42%, but that's followed closely by drugs covered by application, for example, an NDA or ANDA, that makes up 41%, and active pharmaceutical ingredients or bulk ingredients comprise about 10%. And there are more than 10,500 establishments currently registered with FDA. They're making the listed products. Owners or operators of drug manufacturing establishments are required to register with the FDA. Now, the majority of registered establishments are in the United States, as you see here, 56% approximately. However, that means that 44% are manufactured in or registrations in foreign countries. The top 5 countries overall are the United States, India, China, Germany, and Canada. So we really span the globe, and it requires a massive effort. Let me talk a little bit about our compliance activities. We're working continually to improve the data quality found in the drug registration and listing system. We issue registration reminders to firms, we inactivate outdated firm registrations, product listings, and labeling codes, and we issue deficiency letters when necessary. And as you can see from this slide, just to give you a sense of the scope of our work, in fiscal year 2024, so far, almost 20,000 drug listings were inactivated due to either not being certified as active or associated with an unregistered manufacturing establishment. We have also inactivated 208 unused labeler codes and issued 141 deficiency letters to firms for inaccurate or incomplete registration and listing. So we've been busy. And I noted before that we also hold companies accountable if they fail to fulfill their obligations under the law, because there's a strong need for data quality and integrity maintained through validation and monitoring in the eDRLS system to facilitate compliance. And this slide is an example of that kind of action. We issue warning letters when we determine that a firm has submitted contradictory information between the labeling and the electronic files. And you can see from this excerpt that not fulfilling listing obligations is a prohibited act under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And we do share these letters publicly. However, our primary goal remains voluntary compliance. Trainings and conferences such as this are vital to helping us clearly communicate our expectations to you. And that's so you can understand what you need to do to stay in compliance. There are going to be many opportunities today for Q&A, and I encourage you to ask questions and take advantage of this opportunity to talk with our compliance officers. They're exceptional at what they do, and they're here today to engage with you. I also want to share with you another concrete example of how FDA has used eDRLS data to stop dangerous conduct and have a positive impact on public health. In the LGM case referenced in this slide, registration data was a prominent feature. We identified instances where a U.S. company was submitting false information. We ultimately pursued this case through the Department of Justice, and the result was a consent decree of permanent injunction to prevent further violations of the law. Specifically, this case involved an importer and distributor of active pharmaceutical ingredient, or API. They were used by the company's customers to manufacture, and in some instances, compound finished drug products. Our concern was that the firm registered foreign suppliers with FDA without the supplier's knowledge and authorization and used inaccurate information, including providing incorrect supplier contact information. The firm was also importing from vendors that they had already disqualified. Another red flag was that the company's finance department oversaw relationships and transactions with API suppliers rather than doing that through the quality department. Now the company is under a consent decree. That means that their compliance with the law is under close and ongoing scrutiny, overseen by a federal court. DERLS data has also been integral to our recent compliance and regulatory initiatives across the spectrum. For instance, deaths associated with eye products manufactured under conditions in violation of the law, serious and permanent injury associated with unapproved mole remover and skincare products, and illegally marketed products intended to be used to treat a skin condition in children. We used DERLS data to identify reports of unexpected injuries with these products, and then we acted to stop the associated violations of the law. DERLS information can help our investigation when patients, particularly vulnerable patients such as children and the elderly, have been harmed. Now, with all that in mind, I did want to emphasize that we have some great workshop topics that are on tap, and I've listed a few here. I hope that you all will take advantage. Lastly, I want to quickly flag an update. CDER Direct has been renamed FDA Direct. And FDA Direct includes both CDER Direct for drug submissions and Cosmetic Direct for cosmetic product submissions. After cosmetics manufacturers were required to register with FDA and list all their products under the Modernization of Cosmetics Registration Act of 2022, CDER Direct was revised to provide a free and supported option for cosmetics registration and listing submissions to FDA. Cosmetics Direct, now a part of FDA Direct, was implemented in December of 2023, and it enables the cosmetics industry to meet their registration and listing requirements under the law. Firms can manage both drug and cosmetic submissions in one place, and users can create separate or combined accounts for drug and cosmetic submissions. I want to close by providing you with some key contact information, and I want to thank you for your time and attention. We have a great program planned, and it's really been my pleasure to share with you some background about the Office of Compliance and the import of our DERLS data and why this work and your commitment to providing this crucial data is so important. So I thank you, and I hope that you will enjoy the program.
Right. Thank you again, Captain Stoddard and Matthew Lash, for the welcome and opening remarks. And now it is time for us to start our dive into today's sessions. It is my pleasure to introduce our first set of presenters who will be speaking on the subject of registering your drug manufacturing establishment using CDER Direct. We will be hearing from Reggie Samuel, Technical Information Specialist, followed by Jose Cabrera, Technical Information Specialist, and then Dr. Tasneem Hussain, Consumer Safety Officer, all from the Drug Registration and Listing Branch of the Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs in the Office of Unapproved Drugs and Labeling Compliance within FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So now please join me in giving a warm welcome to our first presenter, Reggie Samuel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Reggie Samuel, and I'm a Technical Information Specialist in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. Today, it's my privilege to be able to give you a demo in CDER Direct on how to submit an establishment registration. A few learning objectives to keep in mind for today is we'll learn how to determine who registers and when, describe the various document types associated with establishment registration, and then to get into the meat of it, we'll create and submit an establishment registration, a registration renewal, and a deregistration. The next few slides regarding who must register and when will be gone through more detail in Tasneem's presentation in just a couple of sessions, but I just want to mention here at a very high level, who must register is any establishment that manufactures, repackages, and relabels drugs for distribution in the United States. There are certain exemptions that are included under 21 CFR 207.13, and Yogesh will be covering some of those exemptions in his presentation. When to register, again at a high level, it's domestic establishments, should register no later than 5 calendar days after they begin their manufacturing process of the human drug product. And those that are foreign establishment should register prior to their importation of the drug product into the United States. When to renew and update, Tasneem will go into much more detail, but registration renewal should be submitted between October 1 and December 31 in order for that establishment or establishments to be current through the following calendar year. But if there are certain updates that have to be provided, such as an updated name or address, or your facility closes down, those updates should be provided within 30 days of the change. You don't have to wait until October 1 and December 31 to submit any changes to your establishment registration. Even if that's something like an updated business operation at your facility, that can be submitted at any time during the year. So what are the establishment registration document types? Well, there are 4 document types associated with establishment registration. The first is establishment registration, and that's the document type you would use when you initially register your establishment or establishments, and it's the one you would use if there are updates to your establishment registration you want to submit to the FDA. The second is a no change notification, and just as the name kind of indicates, this document type is to basically say to the FDA, hey, nothing that has changed from none of the information has changed from what I submitted in my prior establishment registration. And it's kind of a simplified SPL document that you can submit. Now, you can also just choose to submit a new version of an establishment registration that has no changes in it as well. Both are acceptable. The third document type is an establishment deregistration. This is a document type that's used if your establishment is no longer, or all the establishments in your SPL document are no longer doing a manufacturing process on human drug product. The fourth is kind of a version of that deregistration. The out of business notification is simply a way of saying that all the establishments in my establishment registration are out of business. It's not just that we're no longer handling human drug product, we're completely out of business. So that's what that document type indicates. So let's get into what we've all been waiting for, which is the actual demo in CDER Direct to be able to submit this establishment registration information. Here's the login page, and I'm not going to go through the login process. We're going to go jump right into the demo in CDER Direct for establishment registration. All right, now that we've logged into our CDER Direct account, we'll now be brought to our landing page. If this is the first time you've logged into your CDER Direct account after creating it, you won't have any submissions here. For the sake of time, I've made some sample submissions for us to be able to look at instead of you watching me type all the information in. So that's why I have submissions that appear here. You won't. And the other thing to keep in mind is even if your firm has been registered as an establishment previously through some other means, maybe through the ESG or a U.S. agent's CDER Direct account, the only submissions that will appear within your CDER Direct account is the ones that were created within your CDER Direct account. It won't simply populate submissions submitted through a different portal. So please keep that in mind. We get that question quite a bit. I had registered in 2020. How come I don't see that submission here? Well, that's because it wasn't created within this particular CDER Direct account. So let's just keep that in mind. But let's go back to what we were talking about before, and that's registering our establishment for the first time. And to do that, we're going to click on Establishment Registration. Then we're going to click on Create New / Upload File. Then create a new registration using a blank form and continue. Now we're going to get this screen, which is our establishment registration SPL. The first field we're going to have to fill in is to tell the system what is the document type of this establishment registration. For any updates or for a new registration, you're going to select Establishment Registration. the next 4 fields will be filled in for you, so you don't have to enter any information there. After that, we have all these boxes we need to fill in now. Any field name that has a dotted underline beneath it in CDER Direct contains, if you click on it, will provide to you help text. And that help text basically tells you a little more information about that particular field and the information we're seeking for you to enter. So if I clicked on registrant name, I get some help text here. If I clicked on registrant DUNS, it'll tell me the kind of DUNS number, how I should enter it without hyphens for this particular registrant. For the sake of time, I've already filled in an establishment registration. So close your eyes for just a brief moment, pretend I'm typing all this information in, and because I'm so fast and efficient, I've been doing this job for a long time, let's just assume that now when you open your eyes, all of the information I've somehow entered so quickly. So here in the registrant details, I need to provide the registrant information and the registrant contact information. I've entered that information detail. One thing to keep in mind here, we get this question every so often. The registrant should have a DUNS number, but the contact address for the registrant doesn't have to exactly match the address that's in the Dun & Bradstreet database for this DUNS number. And this is different compared to how we validate establishment address. So after I've provided the establishment address information, registrant contact information, and I want to enter establishment information, I'm going to go ahead and click on Add Establishment. And now I'll come to this screen that contains a few more boxes to fill in. Don't feel daunted. This is all information you'll know and be able to enter in quite quickly. I'm going to enter the establishment name for this particular establishment that I want to register and the DUNS number associated with this establishment. Then I'll select the country in which this particular establishment has, let's just put something else here, then in which this establishment has is located, and then the address and the city and the state. Now, one thing we want to make sure as we're entering in this information regarding the establishment address is that it exactly matches the record that is associated with this DUNS number. So in Dun & Bradstreet, this DUNS number would have an establishment name and establishment address associated with it. Please ensure that when you enter this information into CDER Direct, the establishment name and establishment address exactly matches what's entered, what is recorded in the DUNS record for this DUNS number. That'll help ensure that your submission doesn't experience a lot of the errors that many people find themselves experiencing when submitting establishment registration. The establishment FEI will be blank for now. This number is assigned by the FDA District Monitor, and it's assigned up to 90 days after we receive your establishment registration. However, usually if after about 30 days, you can go, and that's after 30 days after you've successfully submitted your establishment registration. If you still haven't received an email regarding your FEI, you can go to the FEI search portal. The link is here if you click on the field name for FEI, and find out what is the FEI number associated with your particular establishment. And I'll come back to this when we talk about updating the establishment registration. Then I'll enter all the information here regarding my particular establishment, the contact information. If it's the same as my registrant contact information, you got this cool little box over here that I can click, and it makes life a little easier for me by bringing over the information that I had entered for my contact, so I don't need to retype it. So here it is, that information. And then finally, I need to provide a business operation for this establishment. And in this case, this firm location is manufacturing human OTC drug products produced under a monograph and human prescription drug products. I can click Save, which simply takes me back to this screen, say I'm done. But let's say I had multiple business operations. I could click Save and then click Add Business Operation again, then select what business operation I want, click Save again. But a little shortcut for you to know is, let's say I'm at this place where I'm first selecting my business operation and I have multiple business operations to select. I can click the qualifier associated with my business operation, and then I can click on Save and Add. So I don't need to, it saves me an extra click. So now I can go here and put the other business operation that I perform here, which is a relabeling, say what I am relabeling. Another thing I should point out, even when you click relabel, some firms get confused because it still says manufactures human OTC or human prescription drug product. Hey, even if I select pack, it still says manufacturer, but I'm not manufacturing, I'm only packing it. According to the FDA, when we talk about packing and repacking or labeling and relabeling, those are considered manufacturing activities. That's why the qualifiers say manufacture. So just keep that in mind. That being said, if your firm is solely a private label distributor, that is not what label means. Here, label is referring to firms that are physically affixing labeling to a drug product. If your firm is solely a private label distributor, in other words, your firm has another contract manufacturer who's manufacturing and packaging the product, and all that happens is that manufacturer is also putting your firm's name and label on it, under which the drug product is being distributed, that would make your firm a private label distributor. My private label distributor business is not involved in the manufacturing process. In that case, I should not register my location, my private label distributor location, as a establishment. And that's one thing to keep in mind when it comes to establishment registration. This word here, label, is referring to physically affixing labels to drug products. It's not referring to private label distributors. So now that I've picked the particular business operations that I want, that I'm doing at this location, I can save them, and then I'll click on Save Establishment. Now, click on Save Establishment here. Now, for the sake of time, I've created other establishments within this establishment registration. And you'll be wondering, how can you do that? Don't you need to submit multiple separate establishment registrations for each establishment location? And the answer to that question is no. You can submit, you can register multiple establishments within one establishment registration if they are all fall within your ownership. So if I have 5 facilities in the world or 3 facilities around the world, I don't need to submit 3 different establishment registrations. I can create one establishment registration and simply add multiple establishments to that particular registration. In this case, I did. So here I have another one that's located in India. And I had entered this information, again, for the sake of time, pretend I just clicked on Add Establishment instead of Edit. And I have this particular establishment located in Chennai, India, and I've provided information. Now, what ends up happening if I do select an establishment address with a country that is outside the United States? CDER Direct will then pull up 2 other sections that don't appear if the establishment country is United States. So if it's outside of the United States, you're going to get these 2 other boxes that ask for U.S. agent and importer information. Now, the U.S. agent information is what I would enter here. But my company has a location in the United States and overseas. As such, I can enter my U.S. location as the U.S. agent for this foreign establishment that I have. I don't need to hire another U.S. agent if I'm choosing to handle all of the information regarding my foreign establishments myself. So here I put in the information of the U.S. agent, which in this case is the same company with the U.S. location. Your agent has to have a DUNS number. Make sure that's there. And then I can also add the importer information. Who are the folks that will be importing my particular product in the United States. And you can have multiple importers. Similar to business operation, if you click on Add Importer, you can enter information of a particular importer, click on Save and Add, and continue to add. If you had 6, 7, 8 different importers, you can include them all here. Once you're done, you'll click on Save Establishment. Now I'm ready to submit my SPL, but I have all these other buttons to press, Reg. What do they mean? Well, let's go through them one by one from right to left. Return would basically say, hey, I want to exit out of this. And if I click on that, it'll say, are you sure you want to do this? Because if you do, you won't be saving the information you entered. You're like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Click cancel. Delete is exactly what it looks like. It's going to delete all this information. You won't be able to go back to it at all. Save and validate. Now let's stop and consider this one. Save and validate will save what I'm doing, and in the process submit, I shouldn't use that word, and in the process send this particular submission for the automated validation. This is different than it being received by the FDA. What this does is it kind of goes through a quicker process to see if I've made any errors in my submission. And if I have, it'll come back and let me know within a few minutes, hey, you have an error in that your DUNS address doesn't match the record and doesn't match the DUNS record. Please update your address. Or if it does pass validation, it'll say, hey, your submission is ready to now submit. So keep that in mind. This doesn't actually send it to the FDA. It's just to validate the SPL. Then you have Save as Draft. This is the one you would select if in the middle of trying to fill out all of the information, your dog starts barking and he's just incessant that he must go outside, and so you have to stop what you're doing. You don't want to lose your work. You can click on Save as Draft. It'll save it in your CDER Direct account. You can close out of the browser, and when you come back and log into your CDER Direct account, you can pick up where you left off. What we want to do in this case is click on Submit SPL. Submit SPL will send it through the validation process and also submit it to the FDA if it passes validation. And so that's the one I want to select. If I click on Submit SPL, it'll now give me the status of awaiting acceptance. Awaiting acceptance. And then the other, what I want, hopefully it will do, and it'll take about maybe 10 minutes or so to go through the validation process, the complete validation process. And once it's completed, hopefully I'll get back this status that says submission accepted. If it does, that means now that the submission has been received by the FDA and the establishments listed in my establishment registration are registered. Okay, so I've shifted to this other screen to help us see what to do when after we've submitted our establishment registration and it's now been accepted, and how do I now re-register in the following year, or if I need to make updates to my registration at any time during the year, how do I make those updates to my establishment registration? Well, it's quite simple. Once you've logged back into your CDER Direct account and you have that submission, you've identified the submission you want to update that has the status of submission accepted, you'll just click on submission accepted. And then what you're going to do to be able to edit this particular establishment registration, whether that's to submit an update because the contact has changed, a business operation has changed, or you're re-registering, or you want to deregister. In any of those cases, you're going to access the file that you want to update, click on submission accepted, then click on create new version. Clicking on create new version allows the form to now be updated. And that's what we want to be able to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on create new version. So now you can see I've kind of unlocked the SPL. What ends up happening is the system automatically increases the version number by 1. And then now I can update the information that I would like to update. That could be that, hey, this person's no longer the contact for the registrant. I can go here and I can edit this person and put in the new contact information, the new email address, etc. I can also, let's say I have a new establishment that I have brought online in a different part of the world. I can at this point click on Add Establishment, add that new establishment that's under my ownership, and then submit the SPL to register that particular establishment. So now I would have 4 listed establishments in this establishment registration. And then the other thing I can do, so that's how we update information. Now, if I want to re-register again between October 1st and December 31st, same process, access that previously accepted SPL file, click on Create New Version. If there's nothing to change, you just kind of look, make sure everything is good and correct. I always suggest this to firms so you don't miss out on any correspondence from our office. Make sure the email addresses are correct, the phone numbers are correct, and then just click Submit SPL, and you're done. It would literally take you about 2 clicks once you're logged into CDER Direct to re-register your establishment. Submission accepted, create new version, submit SPL. I guess that's 3 clicks, and you would be done in that case. The other thing to know that I want to show you is how to deregister an establishment here. And there are 2 ways. One is I could change the document type to establishment deregistration. Now, if I do that, what that means is all of these establishments that I have in this particular SPL would be deregistered. Now, if that's what you want to do and you're deregistering all of the establishments listed in this registration, that's perfectly fine. You click on Establishment Registration and then change the document type to deregistered. But if click it and then submit SPL. But let's say I just want to deregister one less than all of the establishments in my establishment registration. What I would do in that case, let's say I have this particular establishment that I need to deregister. I don't want to click on changing the document type to deregistration because that will deregister all of my establishments. If I just want to deregister one of them, I will click on the Edit tool next to the establishment I want to deregister, and then click on Delete Establishment. Deleting the establishment from the registration now leaves me with just the 2 establishments I want to continue to keep registered. But the one that I've deleted, once I submit it, our system will detect that, hey, this particular establishment registration associated with this set ID used to have 3 establishments associated with it. Now it only has 2. And we will be able to then detect and say, oh, that's the one that they chose to deregister or had gone out of business, that particular establishment. So keep that in mind of how to deregister. Sometimes firms accidentally change the document type to establishment deregistration when they only wanted to delete less than all, deregister less than all of the establishments included in their registration. So if we just want to deregister 1 or 2 of the 3 that we have, we're just going to remove them from the establishment registration, keep the document type as establishment registration, and then submit SPL. Now in this last screen, I'm going to show you how to import a file, an establishment registration SPL file, into CDER Direct. So when would you use this? A case for this would be, let's say you had a consultant you would use before, or a different company had submitted for you in registering your establishment registration, but you now want to handle it on your own. And without having to re-enter all of the information manually, one by one, you can get the XML file from your previous consultant or whoever it submitted for on your behalf previously and save that file to your computer. And then how do you upload it into CDER Direct? Well, what you do is you would click on Establishment Registration, click on Create New / Upload File, click on the radio button to import an existing establishment registration, and then continue. Click in the dialog box here and select the file from your computer that you want to now upload. It will be a zip file that contains the XML of the establishment registration. So I'll just double click this and then click upload. Once I do that, the information that I had from my previous submission will be automatically uploaded into CDER Direct. It'll automatically increase the version number by 1 to the next integer, and then keep all of the previous information you submitted intact. So now it's in your CDER Direct account, but it hasn't been submitted. So what you want to do is update any contact information you need to, any business operations in the establishment, and then as you did before, you can submit to SPL, or let's say it's not time to submit, it's not October 1st and you're still properly registered and no information has changed, you can at this point just click on Save as Draft. And what that'll do is just save it. Now it's saved within your CDER Direct account for you to be able to access when the re-registration period comes up in October 1st and December 31st. All right, so now we're down towards the end here. Here's a challenge question for you to test your knowledge regarding all the things we just talked about. The question is, who should not register as a drug establishment? A firm that is solely a private label distributor. B, a manufacturer. C, a relabeler. Or D, contract manufacturers. The correct answer is A. Firm that is solely a private label distributor should not register itself as a drug establishment. Remember, drug establishment is one that is performing some sort of manufacturing process, which includes packing and labeling, but it's not someone who's simply distributing the product under their own name and label. Challenge question number 2. During what period can I update my establishment registration? A, January 1 to January 31. B, October 1 to December 31. C, June 1 to June 30. Or D, any time of the year. When can you update your establishment registration? The correct answer is D, any time of the year. When you have an update, as soon as it happens, go ahead and submit it. Just take your 5 minutes out of the day and submit that update in your establishment registration. All right, let's summarize what we learned here today. And probably the most important point of all is to register and update your establishment registration on time. As shown in today's demonstration, it's quite easy to do once you know the buttons to click and the information required for your updates. A few simple clicks can allow you to get your registration done well in time for the registration renewal, or if any updates need to be made on your registration. Always remember that you can manage multiple establishment locations on one establishment registration. You don't need to submit a separate establishment registration for each of your establishment locations. They can be managed on one establishment registration, SPL. Always make sure that your DUNS information is up to date with Dun & Bradstreet, and that would be the establishment name and the establishment address. If there's any change in the name or address, you wouldn't submit an establishment registration first. First, go to Dun & Bradstreet, update that information in their database, and then come and submit your registration update for your establishment registration. Finally, if your firm is solely a private label distributor, you would not register as a drug establishment via establishment registration, although there are listing requirements, drug listing requirements still for the private label distributor. They would not register as a drug establishment, as that's intended for those that are performing some manufacturing activity. Here are a few links to resources that would be helpful to you. Of course, the CFR for the registration and listing, the DSERS website, which shows the current registrations in the FDA database, and of course, FDA Direct, the way that you can submit SPL documents to the FDA. Thank you for sticking with me throughout this presentation. I hope it was helpful to you, and thank you once again for submitting your establishment registrations on time.
Hello everyone, welcome to the SBIA workshop. My name is Jose Cabrera. I'm a technical information specialist in the Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs, Office of Unapproved Drugs and Labeling Compliance. Today, I am giving you a presentation on establishment registration highlights. Please keep in mind that at the end of this presentation, there will be several challenge questions for you to answer. Feel free to take notes throughout the presentation to help you with your memory. Let's look at our learning objectives for this presentation. First, identify establishment business operations. Next, provide requirements for the U.S. agents. Next, we want to describe the role of importers. And finally, understand mergers and acquisitions. Let's take a look at establishment business operations. First, business operations describe the manufacturing activities performed within the establishment, whereas if you are a packer, repacker, labeler, relabeler, those are all different activities if they are performed in your facility that need to be annotated in the establishment SPL. Of course, facilities that are performing multiple operations should be listing all of their operations in that SPL. Why is this so important? We use this information to access statutory fees for inspection planning and drug volume reporting. Here is a list of current business operations that you would use for your establishment registration SPL. As you can see down at the bottom, we have pack, we have relabel, repack. We also have third-party logistics provider, United States agent, wholesale drug distributor. These are some of the more common business operations that we do see. We also have analysis, API manufacturer, import, label, and manufacturer. Please take some time to familiarize yourself with this list, and also we'll have a link provided at the end of the presentation where you can find a list of these business operations for yourself. Business operations on the SPL page include business operations for all submissions, 503B, DSCSA, which is the Drug Supply Chain Security Act. An SIP foreign seller can only be located in Canada. Here are the requirements for a U.S. agent. Now, this is also outlined in 21 CFR 207, which I have in the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and read this slide so that way we can have a firm understanding as we get into the other requirements for a U.S. agent in the next slides. Any foreign establishment engaged in the manufacture, preparation, propagation, compounding, or processing of a drug imported into the United States must identify a United States agent for that establishment. The United States agent is responsible for responding to the FDA questions concerning drugs that are offered for import, reviewing, disseminating, routing, and responding to all communications from FDA. In other words, when FDA has a question on a drug that's offered for import, we reach out to the U.S. agent for clarification or for more information. FDA is providing data to the U.S. agent equivalent to providing data to the foreign establishment. If we are communicating with the U.S. agent, we are communicating with the foreign establishment. One thing to note of great importance, and we have had issues with this in the past, the United States agent must reside or maintain a place of business in the United States, and it may not be a mailbox, it may not be an answering machine or service, or other place where a person acting as the United States agent is not physically present. So what happens if you have an unauthorized U.S. agent that is listed in an establishment SPL? Well, it does happen, unfortunately. So unauthorized inclusion of a U.S. agent in a foreign establishment registration may cause the FDA's inactivation of the registration record. To combat this, we ask U.S. agents to check records periodically to look for unauthorized use. Let's talk about drug importers. Imported drugs must meet FDA standards for quality, safety, and effectiveness. FDA will verify compliance with the following requirements as applicable: registration and listing, drug application, drug labeling, and drug current good manufacturing practices. More information on drug importers will be available in links at the end of this presentation. For drug importers, for the purposes of this part, a person in the United States that is an owner, consignee, or recipient at the time of entry of a foreign establishment's drug or an animal feed bearing or containing a new animal drug that is imported into the United States. That is per 21 CFR 207.1. Again, we'll have more information on the CFRs and links to that at the end of this presentation. FDA verifies that the declared manufacturer is registered and the product is listed. FDA verifies the foreign manufacturer has identified the declared importer in their registration. If the information does not match, the FDA may need to gather additional information, detain the product, or refuse entry of that product. Now let's talk about mergers and acquisitions. Companies can merge, establishments can be acquired. In the terms of an establishment registration, any establishment moving from one registrant to another should be removed from the initial SPL and moved to acquiring company's registration SPL. DUNS and FEI may remain the same or change. The decision will be made by Dun & Bradstreet and FDA's ORA, Office of Regulatory Affairs. They will also report the transfer to D&B and find out if the DUNS will remain the same prior to the submission. They will also leave the FEI field for the transferring establishment blank once the updated registration SPL is submitted, and ORA will make that determination if the same FEI should be used. Okay, so now we're going to go and cover our challenge questions. So we have about 3 questions that we're going to cover, all multiple choice. So hopefully you took notes and you remembered some of the things that we talked about in this presentation, which will be able to help you answer these questions effectively. The first question: the business operation must reflect the functions the facility performs for A, inspection planning, B, assess statutory fees, C, drug volume reporting, D, all of the above. So question number 1. The business operation must reflect the functions the facility performs for D, all of the above. If you guessed D, you are correct. The business operation must reflect the functions the facility performs for inspection planning, assessing statutory fees, and drug volume reporting. So answer D is correct, all of the above. Congratulations. Let's move on to challenge question number 2. If my establishment only repacks and relabels one product, do I need to list both operations? A, no. Only use the business operation that sells the most product. B, list the business operation with the lowest fee. C, list all business operations the facility performs. D, email eDRLS and explain what you manufacture. D is my favorite, but let's see what everybody else is going to answer. So, challenge question number 2. Let's see what the majority of us got. If my establishment only repacks and relabels one product, do I need to list both operations? C, lists all business operations the facility performs. I want to emphasize that you don't need to email eDRLS and explain what you manufacture. Listing all business operations in the establishment SPL is what we want. Congratulations to everybody who got this one right. So here's challenge question number 3, and this is our final challenge question. Where can I read the requirements to become a U.S. agent? Is it A, 21 CFR 207.69B, B, 21 CFR 207.96B, C, 21 CFR 209.67C, D, CFRs are only suggestions. I'll give you a hint, it is not D, so this should make this question a little bit easier. And the answer for challenge question number 3, where can I read the requirements to become a U.S. agent? A, 21 CFR 207.69B. Again, CFRs are only suggestions was not a viable answer, nor should it ever be a viable answer. So to summarize this presentation, we covered a tremendous amount of information. We talked about the use of correct business operations to identify establishments, foreign establishments that require U.S. agents, verifying compliance with FDA before importing drugs into the U.S. market. Here is the link of all the different resources that we covered here today. I'll be sure to make this available to everyone here in attendance, and that way you have a reference guide where you can go back to these links and look at the information provided. Again, my name is Jose Cabrera, Technical Information Specialist with the Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs in the Office of Unapproved Drugs and Labeling Compliance. Thank you again.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us. My name is Tasneem Hussain, and in this presentation, we'll be talking about complying with establishment registration requirements. At the end of this presentation, you should be able to describe the establishment registration requirements under 21 CFR 207. You should be able to identify some common registration-related issues. You should be able to explain the compliance program and the important points in the deficiency letter we sent to the firms, and then be able to describe some effects of non-compliance. So before we can talk about compliance with respect to registration data, we have to briefly go over the requirements themselves. Registration requirements are found under Section 510 of the FD&C Act and easier to find and codified under 21 CFR Part 207 Subpart B. So in the next few slides, we'll go over a few sections for who must register, what info must be included, when to initially register, and when to update. So starting with 207.17, this has who must register. This means all domestic and foreign firms who perform any manufacturing activity. Private label distributors do not perform any manufacturing activity, so they are not required to register, and therefore they should not register, while contract manufacturers do manufacture, and thus they must register. Under 207.21 is when to submit the initial information. Domestic manufacturers must submit no later than 5 calendar days after beginning to manufacture, and foreign manufacturers must do the registration before importation. 207.25 has what information must be submitted. It includes identifying information such as the name or owner or operator of each establishment, the name of the establishment, the address, phone number, contact information, registration information, the unique facility identifier, the business operations, names and address of official contact for the establishment. So also under 207.25, foreign manufacturers must include the name, address, telephone number, and email for their U.S. agent, and for each importer in the United States, and information about each person who imports or offers to import. And FDA communicates with foreign establishments via the U.S. agent. Thus, having an updated and current information is vital for communication. 207.29 has the requirements for updating the registration information. So you may be aware already that between October 1 to December 31 annually, the registration must be renewed. And then if there's a closing or selling of an establishment, if any changes have been made to the establishment name or address, or any change made to the official contact or U.S. agent information, this information must also be sent to FDA within 30 days of a change. If there are no changes, a no change notification may be used to update the requirements, and all the changes that have been made since the last annual update must be reflected in the new information. If no information has been updated, then they can certify that no changes have occurred. So where is the registration data found? Drug Establishment Current Registration Site, or DECRS. This is the FDA's online registration database, and if a firm registers properly with FDA, the data will be found here. If the data is not found in the site, it means that the firm has deregistered, or the registration has expired, or the data may have been inactivated because of a compliance case. Here we have some common issues that we encounter with registration data. Some facilities register when they should not register, such as, for example, PLDs that we talked about earlier. Sometimes there are DUNS number issues, and sometimes there are missing FEI numbers. Some firms will enter an incomplete or incorrect business operations. Many times we see unauthorized U.S. agents who are submitting data to FDA. This can lead to many issues. Having outdated contact registrant information is very problematic. Obviously, having incorrect contact information means it's hard for FDA to reach your firm, and the firm will not get timely communications. And then FDA, this may lead FDA to compliance actions against your firm. So it's very important to have updated contact information. So now we can get into the compliance part and talk about our compliance program. The program started in 2015 with the mission to protect and promote public health by striving to achieve accuracy and integrity of the establishment registration and drug listing data. We do this in several phases. So we review the data for any kind of inaccuracies or errors. And if we find errors, we send a deficiency letter to inform the firm and give them 30 days to make the corrections and resubmit. If they don't comply with that simple steps, then we have to move forward with something harder, which is, removing the data from the DECRS site. And if the firm still does not address the issue, then we may inactivate the registration data. And then we may also go forward with registration warning letters to the firm. Let's discuss a little bit more about the compliance program and the deficiency letter that's important and that we send to the firm. These are some highlights of the deficiency letter that we want to point out. In the first part of the letter, usually there is a statement of the deficiency in the first paragraph. And then the next point to note is that the firm is given 30 days for making corrections. And then another point that's very important is that non-delivery of the letter does not stop the process, meaning that if the firm does not receive our letter, it does not relieve the firm from the registration requirements. And it's not just that. It's an actual requirement under 207.29A3. The registrants must update any changes to contact information within 30 calendar days of the change. So again, please read all the instructions on the right steps to follow for resubmitting and updating your files. And so why is registration data important? It's important because it helps FDA have an inventory of all drug manufacturers who are producing drugs for sale in the U.S. It aids in the inspection program. It assists with drug shortage cases. It's important for post-market surveillance and adverse event reports, and it's also required for drug import and export. And now we can talk about some effects of non-compliance. So having outdated contact information of the registrant and establishment, this will only cause delays because the firm will not receive timely FDA communications and notifications. If there are any DUNS issues, this can create validation errors and then will stop the submission from going through. Incorrect or incomplete data can lead to compliance cases. Unresolved compliance cases of the if the registration data has not been fixed, then the data will be removed from Deckers. Here are a few more effects of non-compliance that may be a little more serious. So if you use an incorrect manufacturer, or if you use an expired establishment as the manufacturer in a drug listing submission, then that listing is misbranded under Section 5020 of the FDA Act for including such unregistered or expired establishments. And further, if this drug is introduced in the U.S. commercial distribution, this is a prohibited act under Section 301A of the FDA Act. Please note that drugs which appear to be misbranded may be refused entry at a U.S. port. And if an establishment warning letter is issued, this can stay in a permanent record against the firm. So we have come to our first challenge question. Under which subpart of 207 are registration requirements found? We'll give you a few moments to think of the answer. The correct answer is subpart B. Subpart B has the registration requirements. Our challenge question number 2. All of the following are true about establishment registration requirements except A. Establishment registration must be updated annually between October 1 and December 31. B. Foreign establishments must register initially within 5 days of beginning to manufacture. C. Foreign manufacturers must include a U.S. agent and importer information. D. A no changes notification SPL may be used to renew the registration information. And here we'll give you another few seconds to think of the answer. So statement B is false. Domestic establishments must register initially within 5 days of beginning to manufacture. Foreign establishments have to register before their drugs are offered for import into the United States. And our final challenge question number 3. What are some negative effects of not complying with registration requirements? A. Firm may receive a deficiency letter. B. Data may be removed from the Deckers site. C. Inclusion of incorrect manufacturer may lead to misbranding charges for drug. D. All of the above. And we'll give you a few moments to think of the answer. The correct answer is D. All of these are possible negative effects of non-compliance. So as a summary of what we talked about, please review and follow the registration requirements under 207. We have some links coming up for you. Our compliance program helps to keep submitted data accurate and complete. An establishment registration must remain current as it can affect listing data too. And failing to comply can lead to some unwanted negative effects. So here's a closing thought. Compliance with registration requirements can be easy if you follow the regulations and submit your information correctly the first time. And here are the resources. The Electronic Code of Federal Regulations, 21 CFR Part 207, the Drug Establishment Current Registration Site, and the Electronic Registration and Listing Compliance Program. Thank you for your time and attendance today, and if you have any questions, please let us know.
All right, another thank you to our first round of presenters for all the wonderful information they have shared. If you have questions for them, don't fret. The team will be back for Q&A scheduled a bit later this morning. For the time being, though, we will be taking a short break to resume at 10:25 Eastern Time. So see you back then. Welcome back from the break. Hope everyone was able to take some time to refresh and came back ready for our next set of exciting sessions. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next set of presenters who will be speaking on the subject of requesting a labeler code from FDA. We will be hearing from Pui Huber, Technical Information Specialist, Lori Simons, Technical Information Specialist, and Dr. Vikas Arora, Consumer Safety Officer, again, all from the Drug Registration and Listing Branch of the Division of Labeling Registration and Unapproved Drugs in the Office of Unapproved Drugs and Labeling Compliance within FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So please join me in welcoming our next presenter, Pui Huber.
Thank you for the introduction. My presentation focuses on the labeler code request process, starting with some key details and then moving on to a live demonstration in CDER Direct. By the end of this presentation, you'll be able to understand the purpose of labeler codes, submit a labeler code request using CDER Direct, complete a labeler code assignment, update a contact or address details, and inactivate a labeler code if needed. Many of you are already familiar with this, so this will be a quick review. The labeler code is the first set of numbers in the National Drug Code, or NDC. The NDC itself is divided into 3 segments. The first segment, the labeler code, identifies the company and is assigned by the FDA. The remaining 2 segments, the product code and package code, are assigned by the labeler. The purpose of requesting a labeler code is to list drugs, whether prescription or over-the-counter, that are manufactured or distributed in the United States. A labeler code request must be submitted when first introducing a product into commercial distribution. So this needs to be done. Labeler code must be requested and completed within 5 days of the product going into distribution. If your company does not have any drugs that need to be listed with the FDA, you don't need to apply for a labeler code. Since labeler codes that don't have any drugs listed will automatically be inactivated after 24 months. Additionally, any labeler code not assigned by the FDA or obtained through false information may be inactivated without prior notice. And finally, firms have the option to inactivate their FDA-assigned labeler code if they choose to do so. There are 2 key labeler code document types to be aware of. The first one is NDC labeler code request, and this document is used for requesting a labeler code, completing the labeler code assignment process, reactivating a labeler code, and updating any labeler information or details. The second is the NDC labeler code inactivation, and this document is used to inactivate a labeler code that is going out of business or as a result of a company mergers and acquisitions. Now we're going to walk through the labeler code request process, including how to complete or update a labeler code live. So if you have your laptops with you, please go to the link on the screen. It's direct.fda.gov, and this will take you to the FDA Direct login page where we'll begin our demonstration. Once you log in, the CDER Direct homepage will show you all the submissions that you've sent or saved as drafts by default. Here you'll also see some basic data elements, if you have multiple users in your account, the last modified user, document type, root, set, status. To create a new labeler code request under all submissions, you're gonna click on NDC labeler code request SBL. After clicking the link, you'll see a page with all the submissions that you've created, drafted, or submitted in the past. Since we are requesting a new labeler code, we'll click on Create New -Upload File. And you'll notice there's a pop-up here. This is just a reminder to let you know that it's preferable to wait until you have a product to list. And it also provides you with some processing time and guidance on how to reactivate an automatically inactivated labeler code. So click OK. And then select Create New NDC Labeler Code Request using a blank form and select Continue. And so for this presentation, we are going to request a new labeler code. So our document type here will be NDC Labeler Code Request. Next is the set ID. The set ID is what the FDA uses to link submissions for any SPL over time. The root ID is also known as document ID. It's unique for each submission. And so for new submissions, the version number defaults to 1. And since this is a new form, the header details can be left as it is. We'll move on to labeler details. Now moving on to labeler details, enter the labeler name, the DUNS, and make sure that the labeler code field is blank. Since we're requesting a labeler code, this field must be left blank. Enter the rest of the labeler code information, the labeler contact details, and labeler contact address. The additional labeler details are optional, but as you can see here, including them will expedite your request. If you opt not to complete this information here, an email will be sent to the contact address to verify the physical address, DUNS, and business operations. So if the firm requesting the labeler code is located at a different address, you can enter the information here. If it's the same as the contact address, you can just check this box here to populate the same information without having to retype it. Next, we'll select the business operation of the labeler. Next, select the appropriate business operation for the labeler. For instance, if the business operation is manufacturer, you will provide the qualifier that tells us, provides us with information on what's being manufactured, whether it's human prescription drug or over-the-counter or both. You have the option to select multiple qualifiers. You can save and add additional business operations as well. At this point, you can either save your draft and return later, or if you think the submission is ready, we'll click on Submit SPL. So for this demo, we'll go ahead and submit the SPL. And so now we're back at the submission screen. You'll notice our submission says awaiting acceptance. An email will be sent to the contact email associated with the account. If there are any changes, if there are any validation errors, you will get notified. Or if the status changes to submission accepted, you'll get notified as well as shown here. So once your labeler code is assigned, this is an example of the assignment letter. Once you receive your labeler code and review the letter, you'll see that you are required to confirm the labeler code. This confirmation SPL is the official record of the labeler code in our system. So it's a necessary step before you can list any products. So to confirm our labeler code, let's log back into FDA Direct and complete the process. To confirm your labeler code with the assigned number and complete the process, we are logged back into CDER Direct, and we are going to select the previously accepted SPL that was used to request that labeler code. So make sure that it's the same set ID, the same labeler DUNS, same labeler name that was used for creating the labeler code request. So under status, we are going to select on this submission accepted labeler code request. Next, we are going to click on create new version, and that will enable the fields. And once we do that, we will enter the labeler code, assigned labeler code number. And that's it. Once we are done, we will simply go back and submit our product listing. Submit our labeler code request, and that is going to complete our labeler code request process, and you'll be ready to submit your product listing. There are several reasons why a labeler code request might be rejected. The first one, the requesting firm is not required to register and list. This can happen if the firm does not meet the criteria for FDA registration and listing, which is necessary for obtaining a labeler code. The product they manufacture or distribute is not a drug. Labeler codes are specifically for drug products. So if the product is not classified as a drug, the request will be rejected. The requesting firm is already assigned a labeler code. So if the firm has already been assigned a labeler code, requesting another one could lead to rejection, as each firm is generally issued a single labeler code. Industry-initiated labeler code inactivation occurs when a labeler code is no longer needed. This can happen due to several reasons. One, if a company goes out of business or there are changes in operations and the labeler code may no longer be required. In the case of mergers or acquisitions, companies may consolidate labeler codes, and that could lead to inactivating one of the labeler codes. If a drug under development fails to receive FDA approval, the associated labeler code may no longer be necessary. These are examples of just situations that could typically lead the company to voluntarily inactivate the labeler code. To inactivate a labeler code, let's log back into CDER Direct. Once you're logged in and you are in the NDC labeler code request page, make sure you select the labeler name or DUNS number that you want to inactivate. Next, click on Create New Version. And change the document type from NDC labeler code request to NDC labeler code inactivation. And finally, click on Submit SPL, and your inactivation will be completed. To reactivate a labeler code that was previously industry-initiated inactivation that you've inactivated, go back into that submission, the NDC labeler code inactivation with the same set ID. All you have to do is change the document type to NDC labeler code request again, and ensure that you have the labeler code you want to reactivate. So if the labeler code that was inactivate was 00000, enter that labeler code number in the field and submit SPL. And that will reactivate the previously inactivated labeler code. To wrap up, here are the key points to remember. A labeler code SPL should be submitted when your drugs are ready to be launched for U.S. commercial distribution. Whether you need to complete the labeler code process, inactivate a labeler code, or update the labeler code assignment, always use the original set ID that was used to request the labeler code. Labeler codes without listed drug products are automatically inactivated after 24 months. And if you need to inactivate a labeler code manually from the industry, submit an NDC labeler code inactivation SPL. Now that we've covered the key points, let's test our understanding with a few challenge questions. Our first challenge question is, what happens if a labeler code does not have any products listed for 2 years? A, it will be automatically reactivated by the FDA. B, it will be permanently inactivated by the FDA. C, it will receive a notification 30 days prior to inactivation. Or D, it will be transferred to a different regulatory agency. And the answer is C, it will receive a notification 30 days prior to inactivation. A labeler code is a component of the National Drug Code, NDC, used to identify the manufacturer or distributor of a drug product. What does the labeler code represent in the NDC? A, the dosage form of the drug. B, the specific product formulation. C, the package size and type. Or D, the manufacturer or distributor of the drug. And the answer is D, the manufacturer or distributor of the drug. And finally, our last challenge question, which of the following is a reason why a labeler code request might be rejected? A, the requesting firm is required to register and list. The product they manufacture or distribute is classified as a drug. The requesting firm is not required to register and list. Or D, the requesting firm has not been assigned a labeler code. And the answer is, I know you all got that right, it's C, the requesting firm is not required to register and list. If you have any questions or need further assistance, you can always reach us at the email provided here. It's eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. We're here to help with any follow-up questions or clarifications you might need. Thank you.
Thanks for the great demo. Good morning. My name is Lori Simons, and I'm a Technical Information Specialist in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within OUDLC at FDA. Let's continue the discussion about labeler code requests. After participating in this session, attendees should be able to describe timing requirements to update labeler code information, provide steps to reactivate FDA-initiated labeler code inactivation, and describe labeler code update requirements for merger or acquisition cases. Let's begin with labeler code information updates. When should labeler code information be updated? The information related to a labeler code should be updated within 30 calendar days after any change. Changes include, but are not limited to, the physical address, email, and phone number. These updates must be made per Part 207 of federal regulations. FDA uses the labeler code information for official communication regarding the company's listings. Aside from your legal responsibility, it is in the best interest of your company to send updates to labeler code information to FDA as soon as possible, since FDA sends communications to labeler contacts for such topics as listing data deficiency, annual reminders, new agency initiatives and requirements, as well as data requests, updates, or clarifications. If you do not receive communications from FDA due to old or outdated information, it does not relieve you from fulfilling requirements listed in the communication. Because of this, FDA recommends that you review your contact information at least annually. Now that we've reviewed when to make updates, let's see what we remember. The challenge question says, labeler code information, including the name, physical address, email address, and other contact information must be updated within, is the answer A, within 90 days, B, within 30 days, C, within 60 days, or D, every June and December? Take a moment to consider which answer you think is correct. The answer is B, within 30 days. These updates must be made as listed in Part 207 of the federal regulations. Let's continue with labeler code inactivation. As we learned in the labeler code request demo presentation, labeler codes without any listed drugs will automatically be inactivated after 24 months. Please note, inactivation does not result in the loss of the labeler code. Labeler codes not assigned by FDA or obtained by providing false information to FDA may be inactivated without prior notice. Prior to FDA-initiated labeler code inactivation for labeler codes not used in any drug listings, an email will be sent to the contact email associated with the labeler code assignment. Labeler code inactivation will be initiated in 30 days from the date of the email. To avoid inactivation, either list a product associated with the labeler code or provide a valid reason for not having any products listed. This is an example of a labeler code verification email message. The message will be sent from CDER Electronic Drug Registration and Listing and will contain information stating that no drug product listings were found in the database for the labeler code referenced in the email. If you receive the inactivation notification email, please respond within 30 days by emailing us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. State the reason for your continued need for the labeler code, or if you no longer require the labeler code because you don't manufacture or distribute drugs for U.S. commercial distribution, state this in your response. Please keep in mind timely and accurate responses are essential to maintain an active labeler code. This is an example of a labeler code inactivation notification email. If there was no response to the verification notification, then your labeler code will be inactivated. If you have a drug or drugs that you are about to enter into U.S. commercial distribution, please provide us with details for each drug in an email. The requested information is necessary for us to determine if the labeler code should be reactivated. Now that we've reviewed labeler code inactivation, let's see what we remember. The challenge question says, what happens if a labeler code does not have any products listed for 2 years? Is the answer A, it will be automatically reactivated by the FDA, B, it will be permanently inactivated by the FDA, C, it will receive a notification 30 days prior to inactivation, or D, it will be transferred to a different regulatory agency. Take a moment to consider which answer you think is correct. And the answer is C. It will receive a notification 30 days prior to inactivation. Now let's move to our last topic, mergers and acquisitions. These can differ for each company based on business decisions and contractual agreements, and every case is unique. Companies can merge or be acquired. Products can be acquired with or without a merger. A business decision is made at the time of a merger or acquisition to transfer or keep all or part of products. The current labeler code or NDCs can be acquired, and such mergers or acquisitions can require updates to the registration, labeler code, and listing SPLs. For example, Company A and Company B are merging and they are changing their name to Company C. Company C acquires the entire drug catalog for Company A and Company B. In addition, Company C has decided to keep Company A's labeler code. There are a few steps that should be taken. Here is what Company C should do. They must update Company A's labeler code and registration SPLs if applicable. They must update Company A's listing with the new labeler name, Company C. Next, they must delist all of Company B's drugs under Company B's labeler code and relist under the new Company C's labeler code and labeler name. They must also inactivate Company B's labeler code, and if Companies A, B, and C are registered with FDA, update the registration SPLs. In this example, Company A acquires the human prescription line from Company B, and Company B continues manufacturing human OTC drugs. The labeler code cannot be transferred. Acquired drugs must be delisted under Company B's labeler code, and acquired drugs must be listed under Company A's labeler code. Now that we've reviewed some examples of mergers and acquisitions, let's see what we remember. The challenge question says, mergers and acquisitions can require updates to, is the answer A, registration SPL, B, labeler code SPL, C, listing SPL, or D, any of the above? Take a moment to consider which answer you think is correct. The answer is D, any of the above. For more information about the topics covered today, here's the link for the FDA's Electronic Drug Registration and Listing Instructions website, as well as the list of NDC and NHRIC labeler codes which have already been electronically submitted. In summary, a firm has 30 calendar days to make updates. Labeler codes without listed drugs are automatically inactivated after 24 months. Companies can transfer labeler codes and all or part of drug products. And lastly, please remember to follow all necessary post-merger steps. Any questions will be answered in our live Q&A panel. And one final thought, with the resources for labeler codes and mergers and acquisition cases, you can more confidently provide updates. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to thank my colleague for their presentation. My name is Vikas Arora, and I'm a Consumer Safety Officer with the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within the Office of Compliance. And today I'm going to be talking about complying with labeler code request requirements. Here are the learning objectives for this presentation. It is to provide a list of required data when a labeler code is requested from the FDA, identify some common labeler code related issues that we come across, and explain in what situations a labeler code may get inactivated immediately. So let's get started. What is a labeler code? Labeler code is, of course, the first segment of the NDC code. It is a numeric 4 or 5 characters. Under 21 CFR 207.33b, the length will increase to 6 digits once we run out of 5-digit labeler codes. And as my colleague mentioned in a previous presentation, this is assigned by FDA. So labeler code requirements were passed in Section 510 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and codified under 21 CFR 207.33C, which states the required information needed for the labeler code request, as well as the update requirements. In what time frame does this required information need to be updated when there is a change? So who will be assigned a labeler code? You saw in the previous presentations how to submit a labeler code request to the FDA, and I'll repeat here that each person who engages in manufacturing, repackaging, relabeling, or private label distribution of a drug product subject to drug listing requirements must apply for an NDC labeler code because they must list, or the drug distributed under their name and label must be listed with the FDA. It is imperative that the correct and complete information is submitted at the time of request so the FDA can make a proper determination for assignment. Only complete information that is submitted for a manufacturer or a private label distributor of a drug will result in the assignment of a labeler code. So what information is required for a labeler code request? This is stated again under 207.33 C1 and includes a name, physical address, and email address of the person for whom the NDC labeler code is requested. It includes a type of activities or business operations that the labeler code is engaged in, and the type of drug to which the NDC labeler code will be applied. So how do we assess our labeler code data? Well, our compliance program was started back in 2015 and ensures data integrity and focuses on the requirements of 510 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and 21 CFR 207. If there are any issues with the labeler code data, we will issue a deficiency letter. And if the deficiency letter is not responded to in a timely fashion, we can proceed with additional action such as inactivation of the labeler code. So what are things that we assess as a part of labeler code compliance? We check to see that the labeler data is submitted accurately and completely. We check to see that any updates to the required information are submitted within 30 calendar days after any change. And we check to make sure that the labeler codes are assigned by FDA. So what are common labeler code issues that we come across? We come across contact information that is outdated. We often see that when a company goes out of business, they delist their drugs, but they do not inactivate their labeler code. And we see that the labeler code name is not updated in all the drug listing SPLs after it has been updated in the labeler code SPL. Please note that updating the labeler code information in the labeler code request SPL does not automatically populate the change to all of the listing SPLs under that labeler code. This can be complicated because the drug labeling still refers to the old name. If the labeling does not include the old name, all listing SPLs should be updated if the labeler name changes to reflect the new one. If the drug labeling includes the old name, the labeler name in the drug listing should be updated as soon as new labeling with the new labeler name is printed and included in the drug listing SPL. So when is your labeler code submission not in compliance? If the business operations are not complete or accurately described, if the type of drug is not provided correctly, for example, if the drug is prescription but you present it as an OTC drug, and if the proper updates to the required information are not submitted within 30 days of change. For example, updates to the business operation and updates to the labeler code contact information. So what do you do if you have received a deficiency letter? Provide all the required updates within 30 days of receipt of the letter. If no response is received on our end, the assigned labeler code may get inactivated. And an inactivated labeler code cannot be used for drug listing submissions going forward. So what are some situations where a labeler code is instantly inactivated? For one, if we come across a labeler code that was never assigned by FDA, we will inactivate that labeler code immediately. Similarly, if a labeler code was assigned by FDA but based on false information that was presented to us, that labeler code will also be inactivated. And lastly, once a notification about inactivation is provided to the labeler point of contact given, we will proceed with the instant inactivation of the labeler code. So now let's go over some challenge questions. Challenge question number 1. A labeler code request SPL is only submitted once when you're requesting a new labeler code. A, true, B, false. And the answer is false. Although the first time the SPL is created and submitted is typically when you request a labeler code, there are other reasons to submit a labeler code request SPL. For example, if you had an old labeler code submitted via paper forms prior to 2009, and now you start manufacturing drugs again and need to register your labeler code electronically. Additionally, each labeler code SPL must go through reviews and revisions must be made if any changes are required from previously submitted data. Although not required as a best practice, we recommend reviewing your labeler code request SPLs at least annually during the registration renewal and the drug listing certification period. Challenge question number 2. Which data is required for labeler code request submissions to FDA? A, labeler email address. B, labeler business operation. C, manufacturing establishment. Or D, only A and B? And the answer is D. Labeler email address and labeler business operations are 2 of the requirements for labeler code request submissions. And lastly, challenge question number 3. Currently, how many digits is a labeler code? A, 5, B, 4 or 5, C, 4, 5 or 6, or D, none of the above? The answer is B, 4 or 5. Currently, we have 4 or 5 digit labeler codes. Once we run out of these labeler codes, we will move to 6-digit labeler codes. In summary, please submit accurate and complete information to FDA when you request a labeler code and follow all update requirements to avoid a compliance case and further actions such as inactivation of your labeler code. Thank you for listening to this presentation, and we look forward to your questions in the Q&A session.
Great. Thank you again to our presenters for their spectacular presentations. We will now begin our question and answer panel to include all presenters from this morning's sessions. If you haven't had a chance to enter your question into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. And it looks like we've already had quite a few questions roll in. We'll start with some questions that came in addressed to Reggie Samuel. First question, Reggie, how can you retrieve submissions that were submitted using a different account?
Great question. If you had a different account and this is an account you still would like to get the submissions from, there are 2 things you can do. If you do have the person that maybe submitted it before and they can provide you with those XML SPL files, you can then upload it into CDER Direct. But if you're in a situation where you just don't have the files or the person that used to do it for you is no longer accessible, you can send us an email and we can provide you with the zip file, the previously submitted establishment registration zip file, which you can upload into CDER Direct and manage from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. Another question for you, Reggie. Do I understand correctly from your demonstration that a company needs more than one DUNS number?
So in the case of DUNS numbers, you want to think of DUNS numbers as something that is site specific. So if you have a company that has 5 different locations, each of those locations should be assigned, obtain a DUNS number from Dun & Bradstreet. And so yes, if you're a company that has multiple locations, each location will have one DUNS number assigned to it. Thank you.
Right. Thanks again for the clarification. We have some more questions that came in addressed to Reggie Samuel. When submitting the first establishment registration with a blank FEI, does one need to resubmit when the FEI number is obtained?
Great question. When you register as an establishment for the first time, as I mentioned in my presentation, you won't have an FEI. And I'll make a clarification to the previous question I saw that came in. The DUNS number will need to be obtained from Dun & Bradstreet, and they will assign a DUNS number to the establishment prior to your registration. Once you then submit your registration, your establishment registration, after about 90 days, you will receive the FEI number. Once you receive it, you will need to go back into your establishment registration, enter the FEI number, and submit it. It will not automatically populate into your establishment registration and appear on the DSER's website. For the FEI number to appear on the DSER's website, you will need to update your establishment registration with the assigned FEI number. Thank you.
Thanks again. Another question for you. Are other establishment registration tools, such as ESG, still effective? Which one should a new registrant use and why?
Keep in mind that CDER Direct is just another avenue for you to be able to easily submit SPL documents to CDER. ESG, or if you used XForms, or if you have a third-party program in which you create the XML documents, you can continue to use those if you'd like. CDER Direct is just another way for you a free option for you to be able to submit establishment registration, labor code requests, and drug listing files to the FDA. So it's entirely up to you which one you would like to choose. If you do choose CDER Direct, you can do that without having to use the other tools for these specific SPL document types.
Right. Thank you again, Reggie. We'll address some questions now that came in for Jose Cabrera. Jose, generally, how much is the workload for the U.S. agent on an annual basis?
That's a very good question, and thank you for that. So in general, the workload for the U.S. agent is really going to be dependent on the drug establishment that they represent. Some U.S. agents may represent one or two drug establishments with only a few requirements to list drugs. And there may be some U.S. agents who have a larger workload of 50 different drug establishments that they are responsible for. So this is really going to be dependent on the actual U.S. agent's workload, depending on the actual establishments that they're working with. Just to keep in mind, your U.S. agent is a representative of your establishment. So this should be somebody who you are able to communicate with within the establishment, someone that you actually know, and preferably someone that you can reach in times of emergencies when we may have a question on your establishment registration, an SPL drug listing, a labeler code, etc. Thank you.
Thank you for that response as well. I have another question coming in here addressed to Jose Cabrera. Where can we get definitions of business operations? For example, what is a packager that removes primary packaged product from secondary package and places it in a new secondary package or tertiary package? Is this a repacker, labeler, relabeler, or packer?
Thank you again for that question. So we do get a lot of these questions that come in on what is a packager, what is a relabeler. So rather than going through all of these different requirements or the definitions of these, I can provide a link to the CFR where we have a list of all of the definitions defined and written out. And then for those individuals who have further questions, you can always feel free to email us on those actual definitions, and I'll provide that link into our chat here in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. And now we have a question that came in for Dr. Tasneem Hussain. Does a QC laboratory need to register?
Hey, thank you for that question. Yes, generally, and if quality control activities involve testing or determining if product is within specification or for final products, and if this is generally part of the manufacturing process. So yes, QC labs must register their establishment. Thank you.
right, thank you so much for that response. Another question that came in for you, Dr. Hussain. If the update was made in the middle of the year, can a no change be made during the certification window of October to December?
Yes, thank you for that question. Also, if an update is made in the middle of the year, can a no change be made during October? This is generally a no change certification SPL is generally used when there have been no changes made to the data. So if there are any changes made any time of the year, generally you're required to update, in June and December every year. But any changes that have been made can always be made anytime during the year. So you could just send an update using just updating an SPL and resubmitting it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We now have some questions that came in for Pui Huber. Let's see. First question, Pui, if the labeler code was inactivated, do you need to request a new one or ask the FDA to activate the inactivated code?
Thank you for bringing it up. So yes, you can reactivate an inactivated labeler code. If the inactivation was industry initiated, you can reactivate the labeler code by submitting a request using the assigned code and the original set ID. However, if the inactivation was initiated by the FDA, firms will have to email us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov for assistance to reactivate an inactivation by the FDA. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. And another question for you related on labeler code inactivation. Is it that all NDC codes needs to be no longer marketed, meaning delisted? Could you please clarify that?
Yes, another great question. Thank you. Yes, so for a labeler code to be inactivated, all NDCs associated with that labeler code must be discontinued, since they're no longer in the market. So the proper procedure involves 3 steps. The first one would be to discontinue the drug products associated with that labeler code, since the products are no longer in the market. The second step would be to deregister the establishment with the FDA to let us know that the facility is no longer involved in manufacturing or distributing. And the third step would be to inactivate the labeler code. And so, this will ensure that the labeler code and the products that are listed are no longer active in our external databases. Thank you.
Thank you again. Another question for you, Pui, that came in. If the manufacturer is about to run out of NDCs, can the manufacturer get assigned a new labeler code while still having the old labeler code?
Another great question and an important one. So thank you again for bringing this up. So yes, a manufacturer can be assigned a new labeler code if they are about to run out of product codes under their current labeler code. The manufacturer should also apply for a new labeler code only once they've exhausted or are close to exhausting all the available NDCs under the existing labeler code. Also, there are no regulations that prohibit a firm from having multiple labeler codes, especially with the scenario where they run out of NDCs, as long as they accurately report to the FDA and maintain, a complete and correct information with all their products, registration and listing. That way, the products are properly tracked and compliance is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you again. And now we'll have some address a question that came in for Dr. Vikas Arora. Once a labeler code goes to 6 digits, will NDC numbers increase to 11 digits?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we will eventually, well, not 11 digit, we'll eventually move to a universal 12-digit NDC that will be in the 642 format. So 6-digit labeler code, 4-digit product code, 2-digit package code. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that as well. Another question for you, Dr. Arora. Can you please clarify who's responsible for requesting the labeler code? If my company, say ABC Pharma, has a product, but we're using establishment ZBA to manufacture the finished drug product, is it ABC Pharma's responsibility to request the labeler code, or is it ZBA's responsibility?
Thank you for that question. So a PLD and CMO are both required to obtain a labeler code, as they're both intended to for distribution distribution into U.S. commercial distribution. So it is while they're both required to obtain a labeler code, it is, however, the responsibility of the PLD's listing as well as the CMO's listing belongs to the CMO. However, many times the CMO does use a PLD as their authorized agent for their listings. Thank you.
Thank you again for that response. And now we'll go to some questions that came in for Reggie Samuel once again. Reggie, I'm unclear about what is meant if a private label company should not register as an establishment. I work for a private label company, and I was guided by the FDA to register as distributes drug products under own private label. Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, thanks, Nora. So we want to keep in mind a couple of words when we're talking about drug registration and listing. When you hear us use the words register, we're talking about establishment registration. We don't use the term registering a product. We use the term listing a product. So please keep in mind when we're talking about establishment registration, those are for firms, as mentioned in 21 CFR 207, that are performing that manufacturing activity. The business operation mentioned this question for distributes drug product under own private label is not a business operation that's valid in an establishment registration. That business operation is applicable to labeler code request SPLs. So a PLD would not register, and we use that word register, as an establishment, but there are listing requirements which would require obtaining a labeler code and listing drug products. So keep those two things separate and those terms separate. That way we'll be able to properly manage your private label distributor operation. Thank you.
Thank you again. Another question for you. For API manufacturers, do you select the qualifiers that may apply to the end users of your products? Are qualifiers required fields?
A great question. For specific business operations such as analysis and API manufacturer, the business operation qualifier is not required. We understand that if you're an API manufacturer, you may not know the what the end user will be using the product for. And so in the validation procedure, if you select the business operation of analysis or API manufacturer, the operation qualifier is not a required field. Thank you.
Thank you again. Another question addressed to Reggie Samuel. Could you please talk about the capability for override when DUNS does not match?
Yes, the DUNS mismatch is a common error we receive that we see firms get in the establishment registration. There are some overridable errors. However, if the error is something in which the DUNS name, the establishment name, or the address doesn't match what's in the Dun & Bradstreet record, generally that is not an overridable error. What will need to occur is that your company will need to contact Dun & Bradstreet to ensure that the information in the DUNS record is accurate. And when you enter the information in CDER Direct, that it matches exactly what's in the DUNS record. Now, if there's some other ongoing issue for that everything matches, there's no characters that are different or special characters included, then it's possible that there could be a manual override granted. But generally, if there's an address or name mismatch because the DUNS record isn't updated, that will need to be updated first. Thank you.
Thank you again as well. One more question for you. Since a private label distributor is not meant to register their facility, does that distributor still need a labeler code for their CMO to list those private label drugs on behalf of the private label distributor on the NDC database?
Yes. When it comes to this, again, the PLD the private label distributor, does have listing requirements, as mentioned by Vikas. They need to obtain a labeler code that identifies the private label distributor, and then the products that are being distributed by that PLD need to be listed under that PLD's labeler code. Under the CFR, the listing responsibility does fall to the contract manufacturer to list the drug product under the PLD's labeler code and its own labeler code. However, if the PLD chooses to, they can list the drug product for themselves under their own labeler code. So we have specific questions about that. Feel free to email us, but please keep in mind that the PLD does need to obtain a labeler code and list a drug product, although they do not and should not, if they're solely a PLD, register as a drug establishment. Thank you for that question.
Thank you again for all the information you've shared. We now have a question that came in addressed to Jose Cabrera. How do we find a U.S. agent for our foreign manufacturer?
Thank you for that question. And we do get this question a lot that comes into our mailbox. So in short, to locate a U.S. agent, it is the responsibility of the foreign manufacturer to locate one. We do not have a list or database of U.S. agents that are able to represent you. That responsibility falls back to the foreign establishment. The recommendation would be to conduct an internet search for U.S. agents in the United States that would be able to represent your establishment in helping you with your establishment registration or SPL documents that you need to send through CDER Direct. Thank you for that question.
And thank you for that response. We have another question for you. Is there a maximum number of establishments that you as a U.S. agent can represent?
Thank you for that question. So no, there is no amount of, there's not a limit to what a U.S. agent can represent as far as drug establishments. It really would be dependent on that organization and how they represent those foreign establishments. One thing to keep in mind for foreign establishments who are looking for or employing a U.S. agent to represent them, to do their due diligence on that individual and to make sure that this individual is going to be able to conduct the work that they need them to do. For example, if they know they have about 25 to 30 listings per year that they want to have listed, ensure that the U.S. agent that they are communicating with is able to accomplish those in a timely manner. Thank you for that question.
Thank you again for your response. And now we have a question that came in for Lori Simons. What happens to a labeler code without any drug listed?
That is a great question. The labeler code would automatically be inactivated after 24 months if there aren't any drugs listed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for clarifying that. One more question for you. How long do I have before my labeler code information must be updated?
Another great question. Labeler code information, including the name, physical address, email address, and any other contact info, must be updated within 30 days of that change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that response as well. Now we have another question that came in for Pui Huber. Once again, who should request the labeler code? Is it the PLD or the CMO on behalf of the PLD?
Thank you for that question. As Vikas and Reggie mentioned earlier too, the CMO has the legal responsibility to request the labeler code and list the product on behalf of the PLD. However, some PLDs do choose to request their own labeler code and list the products themselves, to manage their own NDCs. So if the PLD does not elect to list the product, the CMO must do so, using the PLD's labeler code and NDC. Thank you.
Thank you again for that response. And now a question that came in for Dr. Vikas Arora. Why are there 4 or 5 numbered codes? In which case is there a 4-digit code, and in which case a 5-digit code?
Thank you for that question. It just depends on what labeler code you were assigned by FDA. So the current NDC 10-digit formats are 442, 532, and 541. But just keep in mind with the 5-digit labeler codes, if you were assigned that, once you list in a format, you must stick to that format for any future products that you list. Thank you.
Thank you again for that response too. Now we have another question that came in for Reggie Samuel. Our FDA regulatory person left and has all the login information for FDA Direct. We cannot get into the site to change their contact information. What can we do?
Thanks, Nora. So if you have the situation where a former employee had all the login credentials for the CDER Direct account, we understand that happens quite often. You can contact, and the information is also there on the CDER Direct website. You can contact the CDER Direct help desk. That email address is cderdirect@fda.hhs.gov, and let them know your firm's DUNS number or some identifying information for the account, and they will help you recover that account so that you don't lose all of the SPL documents that are in that CDER Direct account you can no longer access. So contact the CDER Direct help desk for any account issues you have, and they'll be a great team to be able to help you obtain that information. Thank you.
Thank you again for all that information. Another question for you. Currently, we have the CDER Direct account, but as FDA changed the platform from CDER Direct to FDA Direct, do we have to create a new account for CDER Direct to perform site registration, or still can we use our current CDER Direct account for access?
Yes, with the new FDA Direct, the way you want to think about it is simply that everything is the same, but we're adding another component within the housing of what's in FDA Direct. So instead of just it being CDER Direct, FDA Direct contains 2 modules, that is Cosmetics Direct and CDER Direct. As such, all of your information is still the same. You don't need to create a new quote unquote FDA Direct account. Your CDER Direct account will still work, your credentials will still work, and all your information will still be there. So on the user's end, you shouldn't see anything different. except that there is another module for those that have to submit cosmetic information. So you shouldn't have any problem being able to continue to use your CDER Direct account as is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that as well. Another question addressed to you, Reggie Samuel. If an establishment name is changed, are all products listed for that facility automatically updated in the system, or do new SPLs need to be submitted for each product to update the establishment name after the establishment registration is updated?
Yes, good question. I'll answer a couple of questions also came in relationship to this, and that is, if your firm's establishment name is updated in the establishment registration, it does not flow through and propagate the other listings associated with this establishment. Therefore, you will need to access those product listings, each product listing, and update the establishment name in each product listing and submit that product listing update. It doesn't happen automatically. Similarly, if you have a establishment registration with multiple establishment names, different names, that's fine. There's a couple of questions I saw where firms are wondering if you need to have multiple establishment registrations simply because the name isn't exactly the same as the other establishment. The validation is not going to look for that. You can have a Reggie Samuel company, and you can have Nora company, and you can have Pui company, all in the same establishment registration as long as it's under that same ownership. So, and if you add that information, that only sticks to the establishment registration. It doesn't then flow through to the product listings associated with those establishments. You will need to access the product listings separately and update them appropriately. Thank you, Nora.
All right, thank you again, Reggie. Another question for you. When a company acquires a new establishment that has its own establishment registration with different name, is it required to keep them separate?
No, they don't need to keep them separate. They can use the same establishment registration regardless if the names are the same or different.
All right, thank you so much for that clarification as well. Now we have another question that came in for Jose Cabrera. How many U.S. agents can a firm have?
Thank you for that question. So from a drug listing perspective, it is recommended that you have at least one U.S. agent. We do not require you to have more than that. Having one U.S. agent is enough due to the fact that this individual will be dealing with a lot of your confidential drug listing information. So it's recommended to not have too many people having access to these types of SPLs with all of this information. So having one U.S. agent would be recommended from an eDRLS perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. Another question for you, Jose. What does FDA mean by an unauthorized U.S. agent?
So this is a very good question that we do come about from time to time with a lot of our inquiries. So an unauthorized U.S. agent, typically what may happen is, as a foreign drug establishment, you register your facility and you are preparing to have a drug listing. And you may find an individual to list as a U.S. agent. You would need to have this individual's consent in order to have them listed in your establishment registration. Once we contact this information and we ask them if they are in fact your U.S. agent for this establishment, and they say no, you have essentially used a U.S. agent in an unauthorized manner. So we would then possibly open the case against your establishment for using this individual as a U.S. agent without having their consent. So we encourage you to not go online and you find a U.S. agent that you can use and you can take their information and put it into your establishment registration. definitely you want to contact this individual or company and find out their process for having them become your U.S. agent and have that in writing, something that it can be provided to the FDA when asked. Thank you for that.
Thank you again for sharing that information as well. And now we have another question that came in for Dr. Vikas Arora. If a company is a CMO and manufactures drug product for a client, and the client has a separate packaging and labeling site, does the CMO need to have a labeler code?
Thank you for that question. As a client is also performing manufacturing activities, that is packaging and labeling, they will also need to obtain a labeler code and are subject to listing requirements under 21 CFR 207. Any and all manufacturing activities beginning at the API phase up until the finished dosage form phase are subject to registration and listing requirements. Thank you.
All right, thank you again for that response. And so we have some more questions that came in for Reggie Samuel, very popular for this Q&A session. So Reggie, are warehouses that store finished drug products or API required to register the establishment? If yes, what operations would they choose if there is no analysis being performed of those materials?
Yeah, a few people had asked this question. So, and I think the person asking this question, you've kind of answered it yourself. We've tried to make it clear through the business operations. As you can see, there's not a warehouse business operation because in our definition in 21 CFR 207, they don't fit what we call an establishment. So in short, if a firm is only storing drug product, there's no handling of the drug product itself. As mentioned in this particular question, I want to be very clear that we're talking about simply storing drug product. There would not be a corresponding business operation. You'd be able to select an establishment registration because that is not a firm that's only storing drug product would not be able to register as an establishment. Now, there may be other requirements in FDA for drug storage of particular drug products that may fall under the wholesale drug distributor or third-party logistics. However, for our purposes, no. The answer is no, they would not register if you're solely storing drug product. Thank you.
Thank you again. Another question for you. If we have updated drug establishments in September, is it necessary to submit annual update again in October to December?
Yes, I saw quite a few of these questions come in, so thanks for asking that, Nora. Let's make this clear since this is coming up right now for all of you that are attending this workshop today. If you submit an establishment registration in September of this year or any month prior to October 1st of this calendar year, your registration is only current through 12/31 of this current calendar year. Therefore, you will need to re-register or renew your registration between October 1st and December 31st of this calendar year in order for your registration to be current through 12/31 or December 31 of the following calendar year. So please keep that in mind. If you submitted your establishment registration on September 30th of this year, it will only be current through December 31 of this year. You will need to go into CDER Direct and renew your registration by clicking on Create New, and then submit that file or submit a no change notification for your registration between October 1 and December 31 to be current through the following calendar year. Thank you.
Thank you again. And now we have a question that came in for Lori Simons. If a company A acquired company B along with their labeler code, can company A maintain both the labeler codes?
That is a great question. So yes, a merger or acquisition, as we mentioned before, is a reason why a company might be assigned more than one labeler code. So if the labeler code is transferred to company A as part of that merger, then the labeler code information would need to be updated in order to refer to the proper company after that merger. Thank you.
Thank you for that response as well. We have a question now for Dr. Tasneem Hussain. Do CMO, foreign establishments, and applicant holder both have to submit drug product listings separately?
Yes, thanks for that question. So as far as application holders, they're not performing any manufacturing activities. They're just the application holder. So in that case, they're not required to register or list. CMO, however, must register and must submit drug product listings for all their products that they manufacture. So basically, as been mentioned before, CMOs are ultimately responsible to make sure that there are true listing files submitted for each product that has been manufactured. So one must be under the CMO's name and NDC, and one must be under the PLD's, the private label distributor who's actually distributing the products in the PLD's name and NDC. So as we mentioned before earlier, also the CMO is ultimately responsible, but the PLD may choose if they want to submit their own listing. So yes, 2 listings have to be submitted and the CMO is responsible, but an applicant holder who doesn't perform any activities, any manufacturing activities, are not required to register or list. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response as well. Now we have a question back to Reggie Samuel. Could you please define repack and relabel? Does it include bundling 2 existing products into, for example, a twin pack? Does it include adding an existing product to a kit or holiday pack, or are these considered labeling?
Great question, and I'm going to try to do this concisely. And as mentioned before, if there are questions we don't get to and I can't necessarily answer it fully, please do send us an email to our email address so we can address your concerns. When it comes to repack and relabel, and label and pack and label, this is the way to think about it. For repack and relabel, these are the business operations you would use when your firm is taking another product and then putting your name and label on it and distributing that drug product. So for example, a repackager would be a firm that takes some product, puts it into its own packaging with its own labeling, and then is distributing that product under their own name and label, meaning their own labeler code. A repack or relabel would be when you're simply keeping something, a already distributed drug product, and simply changing the labeling to your labeling and distributing that drug product. Pack is the one you would use when you're being contracted to package a certain drug product into a carton or into a bottle, but it's not being distributed under your own name and label. You're being contracted to just do the packaging portion. Then you would select pack. Similarly for label, if you're not distributing the drug product under your own label, you're a contract labeler, you would select label for when you're simply putting another person's label for them and returning it back to them. So those things can be a little confusing. We understand that. We're here to help you whenever we can. But if you're actually assembling things together from the outset, that is more a manufacturing activity. It's not a repackaging. Repackaging would be if you're taking another product that's already distributed and putting it into your own packaging. So specific questions, please do email us and we will be able to help you that way. Thank you.
Thank you again, Reggie. We have another question for you. If a company has multiple establishments registered under different subsidiaries owned by the same parent company, and they want to migrate these establishment registrations into FDA Direct, do the establishments need to be set up so they all share the same registrant, i.e. parent organization?
Yes, this is a great question because I know there are times when firms have previously unknowingly submitted multiple establishment registrations under multiple set IDs, and now they want to manage all of those establishments under one set ID. Yes, all of those establishments will then need to share the same registrant DUNS, because in the establishment registration, as I showed you, there's only one field for registrant DUNS. And as such, each of those establishments that you now put into the establishment registration have to share the same registrant DUNS. You may run into an error or two because you may get the error that this establishment DUNS is associated with a different registrant ID. Email us and we can help you fix that error in order for you to be able to more easily manage your establishment registrations under one establishment registration, SPL. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again so much for that information. And this concludes the 30 minutes we had scheduled or allotted for Q&A with this session, but please be aware there will be another Q&A at the end of the day. So thank you again to our presenters for all the excellent information and insights. Right now, we'll be taking a lunch break to resume at the scheduled time on the agenda, that is 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So everyone, please enjoy the break.
We offer free webinars to share FDA's knowledge and expertise, featuring live question and answer sessions, video and audio archives, and virtual attendance from anywhere in the world. We publish the CDER SBIA Chronicles, a brief e-newsletter and podcast that highlight a specific and timely regulatory topic. And we offer in-depth CDER Learn, web-based learning tutorials. Stay current by signing up for our listserv or connect via LinkedIn. And best of all, everything is free.
right, welcome back from the break. Hopefully everyone was able to enjoy a fulfilling lunch or other and have come back ready to learn even more about electronic drug registration and listing, as we still have a fantastic lineup of presentations planned for this afternoon. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next set of presenters who will be speaking on the subject of listing your drug using CDER Direct. In this session, we will hear from Troy Koo, Technical Information Specialist, and Dr. Yogesh Paruthy, Consumer Safety Officer, as well as returning from earlier sessions, Dr. Vikas Arora, Consumer Safety Officer, and Dr. Tasneem Hussain, Consumer Safety Officer, again, all coming from the Drug Registration and Listing branch of the Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs in the Office of Unapproved and Labeling Compliance within FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So now, please join me in welcoming our next up presenter, Troy Koo.
Welcome back. Hope everyone have a good lunch or breakfast or dinner, wherever you are. My name is Troy Koo. I'm a Technical Information Specialist with the Drug Registration and Listing branch within the Office of Compliance. By the end of this session, the attendees should be able to create a listing SBL, enumerate data element required for the drug listing, explain the timing for initial drug listing to FDA. So drug listing, who have to do it? Basically, if you are required to register, then you are required to list your drug products under 21 CFR 207.41. There are very few exemptions to that. If you are a contract manufacturer or the CMO, you must list under your own labeler code. With regard to the CMO to the manufacturer for private label distributor, such as Walgreens, CVS, they don't participate in manufacturing process and they are exempt from registration. CMO who make drugs for them will have to list under CMO labeler code, and then they also have to list under the PLD labeler code. However, PLD may elect to list on their own as an authorized agent for the CMO. So what listing information must the registrant submit? For the manufacturer, each registrant must provide a listing information for each drug is manufactured for commercial distribution under 21 CFR 207.49. Repackagers per 21 CFR 207.53, the NDC assigned to each finished drug received by the registrant for the repack or relabeling with the exemption of medical gases. Each such NDC must be associated with the corresponding NDC for the repack or relabeling drugs, also known as a source NDC. Salvagers, a registrant who perform only salvaging with respect to the drug must provide the lot number and the expiration date of the salvage drug product under 21 CFR 207.54. So when the drug listing have to happen? Initially, drug listing have to be submitted within 3 days of the initial registration per 21 CFR 207.45. Any update have to be done every June and December. However, there is no need to wait to submit an update. In fact, we encourage firms to update as soon as possible under 21 CFR 207.57. Lastly, with regard to your annual listing certification and update to your drug listing SBL, certify to your listing for the next calendar year. For example, if you make an update to your drug listing today, then you don't need to recertify your listing for 2024 per 21 CFR 207.57. And now I will start the live demonstration on how to submit a drug listing SBL using CDER Direct. Before we start, I just want to make sure that you have a label code and the registration information is ready. Okay, without any of those information, you won't be able to go far. So let's get started. So I'm going to log in to CDER Direct. Oh, that's not good. All right, let's try it again. Okay, so now that we're in on the left-hand side, as you can see, there's other type of submission. Before listing, we're going to select drug listing and certification. And then we're going to select create new upload file. So as you can see, there are two options here. One to create a new listing and the other one to import existing drug listing. If you have a file that you would like to upload, this would be the option that you want to select, okay? But for this demonstration, I'm going to create a new drug listing. And then for the document type, you can see there are other submission type that you can select. So I'm going to select the human prescription drugs, and I'm going to select continue. Next, we have a header details. So in this section, as you can see, everything is having pre-populated for you, so you don't need to do anything unless you want to change the effect date, okay? Otherwise, you can leave it blank. Next, label of detail, okay? Here you will include the label name and label done of whoever marketing this drug, okay? So let's say I'm gonna call as CDER LLC, and then I'm gonna make up a label done number here. Okay, and then next, the registrant detail. Notice that this section is not required, but if you are a contract manufacturer and you are listing on behalf of the PLD, then you would put the information here. But since this is not required, so I'm just going to leave it blank. In the next section, we have either add products or establishment, okay? You can do either one. Doesn't matter which one you want to do first. So I'm going to select the establishment first because it's quicker for me. The product a little longer. So to add the establishment, you just click on add establishment here, and then you have to fill in the blank in here. So the establishment name, let's say workshop. And then the establishment done before. Okay, so if you want to keep this business relationship information confidential, you can select this confidential box here. Otherwise, you can leave it blank, okay? And then under the business operation, let's say this workshop is a manufacturer or whatever. It can be a repacker, whatever. Then you would select one of the options in here. So I'm going to select manufacturer, and then I'm going to provide a product NDC. So I'm just going to make one up here. Now that I have filled everything out, I can click on Say Supplement. And now you can see under establishment, I have a workshop. If you have one or more establishment involved in the process, you can add all of them in the establishment by following the same step, okay? Next, it's going to be products. So to add a product, you click on Add Product. Okay, under the product data elements, okay, you have to provide the product NDC number. So again, I'm going to make one up here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then proprietary name, let's call it ibuprofen. And then suffix, I'm just going to leave that blank. Non-proprietary name, again, the same. And then a DEA schedule. This is not a DEA schedule product, so I'm just going to leave that blank. But if yours is a DEA scheduler, then you will have to select one of the options in here. Okay. And for the dosage form, I'm going to select tablet. And source indices. So since I'm a manufacturer, I'm not a repacker, so I don't have to provide source indice. If you're a repacker, you have to provide a source indice, and this is where you will enter it. Okay. And then the route administration is going to be oral. Okay. And then next, marketing detail. So marketing status, you want to select active. Active meaning that you are marketing this product. Complete meaning you're delisting it. So I'm going to, for this demonstration, we want to select active. And then you have to provide when is the product going on the market. It's going on today. Okay, next is the marketing category. Marketing category is what you authorize for marketing this drug. Okay, so let's say I submit a prescription for this drug, so I'm going to select ANDA. And then you have to provide the ANDA application number here. Okay, and that's it for the marketing category. Yeah. Okay, moving on to the next section. It is ingredient. So in the red box, add ingredients. So here you can add all the ingredients that are associated with this drug. Okay, so for the type, there are several options here. If you're not sure which one to select, you can download. There's a file called OTC Active Ingredient spreadsheet that posted on the OTC website. You can download them and then you can look it up. I have the hyperlink under my helpful resources after this. So for this one, I will select active ingredient. Active is basic of the strength. And then the ingredient unit name is going to be ibuprofen. So you have to select it from the list. You can't just type it in, okay? So the active moiety is going to be the same. And then numerator strings, let's say, I don't know, 800. And the unit of measure is going to be mg. And then denominator strength is going to be 1. So there's going to be a string conversion section later on if you're not sure how to convert them, okay? 1. Then say the ingredient. Now you can see the ibuprofen has been added as one of the ingredients. So if you have multiple ingredients, you just follow the same process and then add all the ingredients. But do keep in mind that for the active ingredient, you do not need to provide the strength. Okay, you can leave that blank. Next, it's going to be product image. If you have the image of the product, this is where you would upload. Okay, this is not where you can upload the content label for the content of label. Okay, read the little important note right here. Okay, since I don't have one, so I'm just going to skip this. And then next, characteristics, I do need to add this. So, but you have to add one by one. So let's add the first one. So the color is going to be white. Save. And then you add another one. Imprint is going to be, I don't know, 18. score. So if you don't know what 1, 2, and 3 mean, you can toggle to the left here and click on this, and it'll tell you what it means 1, 2, and 3. So for this one, I'm going to select 1, which is no scores. Save. And then add 1. And the shapes. Okay, it's going to be caps, so. And then 1 more. This side. So I'm going to say 18. Save. And that's it. You're done with the characteristic section. Next, it's going to be adding the packaging. So click on Add Package. So you have to provide the packet NDC code. Okay. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Have to be 10 digits. And then the packet type, it's going to be bottle. Let's just say it's going to be about 30. The unit of measure is going to be 1. So make sure the unit of measure has to be the same as the unit of measure with your denominator unit of measure. And for combination type, you can see there's a few options here. So this is not a combination product, so I will select type 0. And then again, marketing status have to be active. Marketing start date is the day that this packet is going to be on the market. You can change the day if you like. Otherwise, you can leave it and then save packet. And there you go. Now I have 1 packet added. If you have a second packet that you would like to add, you will follow the same step, okay? And then assign a different package code. Okay, so the last part is the content of labeling. So let me save this first. And then click on the content of labeling right here. So unfortunately, there's no way for you to add a content as a single PDF file. You have to add it by each section. So just follow the packet listing that you have and then add it section by section. Let me show you how to add a section here. So you click on Add Section, and then under the section type, these are all the sections available for you to select, okay? So let's see. Let's do a warning section here, and then you provide the effect date, which is 12. And then you can enter the text here or in the title or the content. And then once you're done, hit Save. Now you have 1 section added. So to upload the content label, this is how you do it. Again, click on the S section, and then in the section type, you want to select the package label principal display panel, and then effect days. Again, it's going to be today. And then first, you have to choose the file that you want to upload. Okay. So I have 1, open, and then upload. Now that your file is uploaded. Next, you're going to have to reference to the section, okay? To do that, you will put the cursor right in here and then select this little icon here, insert an image, and then select the file and then give it a name, whatever name that you want it to call. And it'll hit OK. And there you go. That's how you reference the cotton label. And then after that, make sure you hit the Save section, okay? There you go. Now you have 2 sections. You can view the cotton label by clicking this arrow. So as I had mentioned before, you can continue to fill out the content of labeling section by section until you're done. And then when you're done, just hit return. So now back to the main menu, you have the option to save as a draft or save and validate, which is I highly recommend it, because when you use this option here, what it does is it will go and check to see if you have any error. But remember one thing, okay? When you choose this option, say and validate, it doesn't mean that you have submitted the SPL to FDA, okay? It means that the submission is still on your local repository, okay? So when you're ready, if you come back without any errors, then you can go ahead and select the submit SPL. If you come back with an error, then you will click on the error and see what it is and fix it, okay? For this demonstration, I will not select any of these because I know I will get an error. That said, this concludes the live demonstration portion for this listing SPL. In summary, drug listings is important in many aspects. Listing allows FDA to maintain the inventory of all drugs commercially distributed in the U.S., and this information is used by public and other institutes. It is important to have a standard operation procedure or system in place to verify the accuracy of listing at least twice a year. One of our drug priorities as a group is to have a complete and accurate data, and we need your help to obtain that information. Next, I would like to go over some do and don't related to the drug listing. Registrants must list all the drugs they manufacture. Pre-check listing at minimum every June and December for accuracy. Private label distributors, or PLDs, may list their own drugs, but make sure to use your own label code when listing your products. Include the complete supply chain under establishments. Also, inactive ingredients are now a required in the drug listing. Please do not submit drug listing for non-drug with CDER. Also, don't make assumptions. Make sure you have a complete, accurate information on the drug before submitting your drug listing. Don't omit data to pass automate validations. Don't include multiple email address when you request for assistance. It will only delay your request. In brief, the goal of this presentation is to help registrants submit accurate, compliant product listings. Accurate listings facilitate compliant and efficient engagement with FDA. Here are some of the helpful resources: electronic drug registration and listing instructions, strength conversion and drug listing, OTC active ingredients, electronic code of federal regulations, and our email address if you need any assistance. Last but not least, challenge questions. Challenge question number 1. A product listing can be listed with or without label code, true or false. Please take a moment to consider which answer is correct. If your answer is false, you are correct. You must have a label code for your product listing. Challenge question number 2. You must provide an active established information in product listing, true or false. Please take a moment to consider which answer is correct. If your answer is true, you are correct. The manufacturer must be active in order for you to use in your listing SPL. Challenge question number 3. There is no limit to how many products you can submit within the same SPL file, true or false. Please take a moment to consider which answer is correct. The correct answer is true. There's no limit to how many products you can submit within the same SPL file, as long as you're using the same label code. This concludes my portion of presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Yogesh Parivati and I'm a Consumer Safety Officer in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within OUDLC at FDA. Today I want to discuss about listing updates and blanket no change certification. In this presentation, we will also go over some live demonstration. After participating in this session, attendees should be able to describe drug listing update and listing certification requirements. You should be able to describe what information must be submitted. You should be able to explain who needs to update and certify their drug listing information with the FDA. So let's begin with drug listing updates requirements. Under 21 CFR 207.57B1, each registrant must review and update their drug listing information no later than June and December of each year for any drug that was manufactured, repacked, relabeled, or salvaged that has not been previously listed. You should submit the date you discontinued your product by providing the expiration date of the lost lot that was manufactured, repacked, relabeled, or salvaged. You should submit the date an establishment resumed the manufacturing, repacking, or relabeling a drug that was previously discontinued. You should submit any material changes to any information that was previously submitted. Under 21 CFR 207.57C, registrants are encouraged to update listing information at the time of any change affecting information previously submitted. By doing so, you are providing FDA with most up-to-date information about your products that are in U.S. commercial distribution. Now we have a live demonstration. In this live demonstration, we will go over listing updates. For this, we will use CDER Direct. Once you are logged into your CDER Direct account, you want to click on Drug Listing and Certification. This should give you all of your listing submissions that you have sent to the FDA so far. From this list, you want to identify the product that you would like to update. For the demonstration purposes today, we are going to work on this product, and to do so, I'm going to click on the most recent submission accepted version of this file. Once you click on it, it opens up a new window, and from this new window, you want to click Create a New Version. Once you do this, it opens up a new SPL that has all the information about your product. It tells you document type, it tells you the labeler name, it gives you the information about the establishment. So in that case, if you would like to add another establishment, you can just simply click on it and add another establishment. If you would like to update your product, you just want to simply click on this radio button. Once you click on this radio button, it has all the information about your product. The NDC number, the name of the product, the route of administration. The most common question we get is how to deactivate or how to delist our product. If you would like to delist your product, all you have to do is change the marketing status from active to complete. And you can enter the date that you would like to discontinue your product. And once you have done that, you can easily just click on Save Product. And if you are done updating your information about your product, then you can just click on Submit SPL. Once you submit SPL, it will go to awaiting acceptance. Since we are using a pre-prod environment, this will take a few minutes before submission gets accepted. It's time for our first challenge question. How often must a registrant review and update their drug listing information? Is it A, once a year? Is it B, every month? Is it as soon as possible? Or is it D, June and December each year? I'll give you about a few seconds to think about it. If you guessed June and December each year, you are correct. So let's talk about listing certification requirements. Under 21 CFR 207.57B2, drugs not initially listed or updated during the calendar year must be updated or certified that the data has not changed since the last update. To do so,
I'm gonna say And then effect days, again, it's going to be today. And then first you have to choose the file that you want to upload, okay? So I have one, open, and then upload. Now that your file is uploaded. Next, you're going to have to reference to the section, okay? To do that, you will put the cursor right in here and then select this little icon there, insert an image, and then select the file and then give it a name, whatever name that you want it to call, and it'll hit OK. And there you go. That's how you reference the cotton label. And then after that, make sure you hit the save.
So I'm just going to click on that. It's only available
activation process and explain how to resolve an inactivated listing. So let's get started. First, we're going to talk about strength conversion in the drug listings. So the electronic format that is used requires standardization and compatibility with the SPL format. And this is it with regards to the dosage form, the route of administration, the unit of measure, the active ingredient, the labeling, and the strength, which is what we're going to talk about. So with regards to standardization and compatibility, FDA has adopted the USP standards for expressing strength. The strength in the SPL cannot be expressed as a percentage. So when converting the strength on the labeling to the SPL, please make sure that the strength aligns with the labeling provided. It must be in a fraction ratio format.
Complete. And you can enter the date that you would like to discontinue your product. And once you have done that, you can easily just click on Save Product. And if you are done updating your information about your product, then you can just click on Submit SPL. Once you submit SPL, it will go to awaiting acceptance. Since we are using a pre-prod environment, this will take a few minutes before submission gets accepted. It's time for our first challenge question. How often must a registrant review and update their drug listing information? Is it A, once a year? Is it B, every month? Is it as soon as possible? Or is it D, June and December each year? I'll give you about a few seconds to think about it. If you guessed June and December each year, you are correct. So let's talk about listing certification requirements. Under 21 CFR 207.57 B2, drugs not initially listed or updated during the calendar year must be updated or certified that the data has not changed since the last update. To do so, you could submit a blanket no change SPL. Please note, this blanket no change SPL is only available from October 1st through December 31st during the annual period of registration renewal and drug listing certification window. Cite the annual certification window. An update or revision of the drug listing SPL submission for each NDC is required for certification. Drug listing not certified will be considered expired in January and may be inactivated and removed from databases. An inactivated listing does not cover delisting requirements. Now we have a live demonstration for blanket no change certification. In this live demonstration, I will go over and explain how to submit a blanket no change certification to the FDA. For this, we will use CDER Direct. So once you're logged into your CDER Direct account, you want to click on Drug Listing and Certification. From this window, you want to click on Create New File and select Create a New Drug Listing and Certification using a blank form. From the SPL document type, select Blanket No Changes Certification and hit Continue. From this screen, please note this. It says, please note that the Blanket No Changes Certification of product listing is intended to certify drug listing files only. The blanket no change certification does not affect establishment registration files. Now, so for you to do your blanket no change certification, you want to make sure that you have the correct information for your DUNS, your organization name, phone number, name, email, or if it's the same information as your CDER Direct account, you can just click on this, or you can manually add this information. For this live demonstration today, my information is same as the CDER Direct account, so I'm just going to click on that. Once I click on it, you see all of my information auto-populates here. I can tell this phone number is incorrect, so I'm just going to put a little dashes here. Now, the next thing that you need to do is you need to add your labeler. My labeler is this, so I'm going to add it. Once I add my labeler, it tells me the name of my firm, the contact details, and also it tells me all the physical address here as well. Now, most of the time, what folks do when they are sending this SPL to us, they just click on Show Products. When they click on Show Products, they notice that, oh, my products are not here. So what they forgot to do is they forgot to click on this button right here. And the reason for that is you need to select an establishment before you can see your products. So once you click on it and you click on Show Products, it gives you all of your products here. In my case here, I have 5 products here. 4 of them needs to be certified. 1 of them is inactivated. Inactivated meaning this listing data for this product has been inactivated by the FDA and cannot be certified. So if you need to list your inactivated product, you need to manually do that. You cannot do this via blanket no changes certification. And if you look at uncertified, it tells you this product listing has not been certified for the next calendar year and is available for certification. So all you have to do is select all of it, save. Once you save it, you will see all your products here that are included in this submission. Once you are satisfied with this, you can hit Save and Validate. Now you can see this SPL has been submitted to the FDA, and there is a validation in progress. And that's it. Now you have sent your blanket no change certification to the FDA. Now we have a challenge question, and this is our challenge question number 2. When can a blanket no changes certification SPL be submitted? Is it A, once a year, B, October 1st through December 31st? Is it C, at any point in the year? Or is it D, June and December each year? If you guessed October 1st through December 31st, you are correct. We have another challenge question here. To delist your product, you should change marketing status from active to complete. Is it A, true, or is it B, false? Give you guys about a few seconds to think about it. Okay, if you guessed A, true, you are correct. For information about the topics covered today, here is the link to FDA's electronic drug registration listing instruction website. Summary. Update your drug listing no later than June and December each year. Blanket no changes certification window is only available annually from October 1st through December 31st. Delist your product if it's no longer in U.S. commercial distribution, and inactivated listing data is not in compliance even if the drug is discontinued. Questions will be answered in the live Q&A segment. Thank you.
I'd like to thank my colleague for their presentation. My name is Vikas Arora, and I'm back again to talk about some drug listing highlights. Here are the learning objectives for this presentation. First, it's to describe how to properly convert strengths of drug listings from labeling. 2 is to describe how to accurately list combination products. And 3 is to review the data and activation process and explain how to resolve an inactivated listing. So let's get started. First, we're going to talk about strength conversion in the drug listings. So the electronic format that is used requires standardization and compatibility with the SPL format. And this is it with regards to the dosage form, the route of administration, the unit of measure, the active ingredient, the labeling, and the strength, which is what we're going to talk about. So with regards to standardization and compatibility, FDA has adopted the USP standards for expressing strength. The strength in the SPL cannot be expressed as a percentage. So when converting the strength on the labeling to the SPL, please make sure that the strength aligns with the labeling provided. It must be in a fraction ratio format. It must contain a numerator and a denominator. And we do have automatic validations in place to verify this format, but sometimes these automatic validations don't catch all of the issues when converting the strength from the labeling. So with regards to the strength conversion, the SPL must contain the format of the strength must contain a numerator and a denominator. The numerator is generally the weight or volume of the active ingredient, and the examples of the units are the milligrams and milliliters. The denominator is generally the weight or volume of the drug base or time. And the examples of the denominator units include milligrams, milliliters, hour, and per tablet. Here are some examples of what the SPL numerator and denominator units should be for different dosage forms. Pay close attention to the oral powder for reconstitution. The ones with the known volume have volume in the SPL denominator unit, and the ones with the variable volume have each as a denominator unit for each container. So what are some issues that can arise if the strength is not properly converted into the SPL? Incorrect strength conversion can cause automated validation errors if not in the correct formatting. If the strength conversion in the SPL doesn't match the labeling or the content of label provided, this can result in a compliance case. And corrections that are submitted will require CDER's manual review and approval prior to a manual override. This manual review process, as well as the manual override, can cause a delay in the posting of the drug listing. Please reference the following link below with regards to any assistance required when converting your strength into the SPL format. Now we will move on to discussing how to properly identify combination products in drug listings. So what are combination products? Combination products are composed of any combination of a drug and a device, a biological product and a device, a drug and a biological product, or a drug device and a biological product. From a CDER perspective, for drug listing purposes, there are two or more regulated components consisting of a drug with a biologic, or a drug and a device, or a drug, device, and a biologic. As you can see those combinations below. So what are different types of combination products that we can see? There's three different types. There's the single entity products, where there are two or more regulated components that are physically, chemically, or otherwise combined or mixed and produced as a single entity. There are co-packaged products, where there are two or more separate products that are co-packaged together into a single package or distributed as a unit. And then there's cross-labeled products, where there are two or more products that are distributed separately, but that are intended for combined use. So how do you know if your product is a combination product? Well, for products that are recently approved as NDAs and ANDAs, the 356H form can be referenced as sponsors must clearly identify a combination product. If it is unclear for older approved products or products not subject to FDA approval, please contact the Office of Combination Products at combination@fda.gov. So how do we properly identify a combination product in a drug listing? So when listing a combination product, we have to identify the product as a combination product in the listing and provide information on all constituent parts. So within the packaging data section, there is a section that says combination product type. You're going to select the drop-down and select the correct combination product type. So what are the listing requirements for the different combination product types? If you have a single entity combination product, it must be listed with the lead center. If you have a co-packaged combination product, such as a drug device product with a CDER lead, you would select kit for the dosage form and then identify each component. If you have a cross-labeled product, it must be listed with the lead center if the constituent parts are approved under a single application, and under multiple centers if they are separately approved under different application types. Here is a chart of the different combination product types with common examples that can be referenced when listing your combination product. Here are some helpful links that can be utilized when listing your combination product, including the chart referenced in the previous page. And now we will move on to our last topic, the data inactivation process. So the data inactivation FR notice was first published on August 14, 2019 and went into effect shortly thereafter in September 2019. It announced FDA's intent to inactivate outdated drug listings. There are two annual inactivation periods for different violations. There is the January inactivation and the July inactivation. And we will go into the reasons for these inactivations in later slides. So with regards to the data inactivation process, a notification is sent out to the labeler point of contact with the estimated date of inactivation if no updates are made. So please verify that the labeler code SPL has the most updated contact information. As mentioned in the presentation on the labeler code request, any updates to the contact information are required to be made within 30 days, and it's very important to keep this information up to date to receive this notification. So let's go into the reasons for the data inactivation. As previously mentioned, if a drug listing was updated during the current calendar year due to any changes that were made and an updated version of the SPL was submitted, that drug listing is now certified. But if there's no changes that were made or required during the current calendar year, under 21 CFR 207.57B2, registrants may satisfy the listing update requirement with respect to unchanged listing information by making a single no change certification during the annual certification period, which runs from October 1st to December 31st each year. Because of this requirement, drug listings that have not been updated during the current calendar year, nor have had a blanket no change certification submitted for them during the annual certification period, become uncertified in January. If you receive an inactivation notification email, a new version of the drug listing SPL must be submitted with any pertinent updates in order to reactivate or correct the data depending on the situation. So let's move on to the July inactivation. The July inactivation occurs for those listings that remain active and certified after the June listing update but contain at least one establishment not duly registered with FDA. So 21 CFR 207.57B states that registrants must review and update their drug listing information each June and December. So if updates are not made by the June requirement to those drug listings which are still linked to an unregistered establishment, they are inactivated in the July inactivation. So what are the consequences if your drug listing becomes inactivated? That drug listing will be removed from FDA databases, such as the NDC directory. That listing will be flagged in DailyMed as inactivated. And those listing and activation dates are transmitted through the NSDE files, and this can cause possible CMS reimbursement issues. So how do we resolve inactivation once it has occurred? Once inactivation has occurred, a new version of the SPL is required to be submitted to either certify the drug listing or update the listing with the correct establishment information. Once this listing has been updated, it can take 24 to 48 hours for a successful submission to be reactivated and take an additional time for downstream publications to be updated, such as the NDC directory and DailyMed. Again, resolving this inactivation that we're speaking about here is associated with the January and July inactivation, not due to inactivation due to a compliance case, in which case an SPL will have to manually be reviewed. Here are some helpful links below that can be referenced regarding data inactivation. So in summary, be vigilant when converting strengths from labels into standardized strength formats in the SPL. With regards to combination product listings, please note it's important to accurately describe the type of combination product in your listing as well as list your product with the correct center. And lastly, be aware of the data inactivation timelines that occur in January and July and certify or update your listings accordingly. And now let's go into some challenge questions. Challenge question number 1, true or false? The strength of an oral drug product that is a powder intended for reconstitution with variable volume should be described in the SPL as weight in the SPL numerator and each in the SPL denominator in the drug listing. And the answer is true. Because this is a oral drug product for reconstitution with variable volume, the denominator should be each for each container. Challenge question number 2, true or false? Co-packaged drug device products with the CDER lead must select kit as a dosage form when listing the product. And this is true. For a co-packaged product with the CDER lead, you must select kit as a dosage form and then select the component parts and identify them. And lastly, challenge question number 3. If a manufacturer referenced in a drug listing has been deregistered in February of a calendar year due to no longer manufacturing drug product for commercial distribution, when must the drug listing be updated? A, February, B, June, C, December, or D, never? And the answer is June. If you have a change that occurs in February of the calendar year, you must provide that update by June of that year. Although we encourage an update to a drug listing to be made as soon as possible and to not wait until the June requirement. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions in the Q&A panel.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us, and thanks for staying with us. My name is Tasneem Hussain, and this presentation is about complying with drug listing requirements. So by the end of this presentation, hopefully you'll be able to describe drug listing requirements under 21 CFR 207, identify some common listing issues, explain the compliance program and listing deficiency letter highlights, and describe effects of non-compliance. So we will start with where drug listing requirements are found. They're found under Section 510 of the FD&C Act and codified under 21 CFR Part 207, Subpart D. We will briefly go over what these sections contain. 207.4.1 includes who must list and what drugs must be listed. So each registrant must list each drug that it manufactures, repacks, relabels, or salvages for commercial distribution. Remember that registrants are required to follow the requirements under 207.4.9, 207.5.3, 207.5.4, depending on the activity that they engage in. Remember, private label distributor listings must be listed as well as contract manufacturer listings. The contract manufacturer is ultimately responsible for making sure 2 drug listings are submitted for each product that they are listing. So the drug listing requirements. 20745, when must the listing information be submitted? It's no later than 3 calendar days after the initial registration of the establishment. 20749 includes the manufacturer's requirements. 20753 includes repackager and relabeler requirements. And remember here, for repackager and relabelers, it's very important to make sure that the repackager and relabeler is using the correct NDCs in the appropriate section of the listing submission. So in the house supplied section and in the label image, the repackager must have the repackager's NDC, not the NDC of the source. 20754 includes drug salvager requirements. So when must listing information be updated? This has been discussed in other presentations, but it's important, so please review 20757. Firms must at least send in updates in June and December each year. We request that updates are submitted as soon as possible, however. Firms can use the blanket no change certification SPL, which is available October to December each year, to certify a whole bunch or all of their listings in one form if no changes have occurred to the listing data. So where is the listing data found? It's in the National Drug Code Directory, or the NDC directory. The listing data that's submitted to FDA by the labelers is included in the National Drug Code Directory. It includes active products, finished and unfinished products also. The listing data is removed from the NDC directory if an end marketing date has reached, if there's a compliance case that is not resolved, if the listing information has not been updated or certified, and the NDC directory is updated daily, Monday through Friday. Here are some of the common listing issues we encounter. All of these are required elements in a listing submission, and errors with any of these can lead to compliance actions. So some of the issues we see are incorrect or missing DEA schedule, incorrect NDC, incorrect marketing category or document type, incorrect marketing authorization, meaning they can have an incorrect application number or monograph ID. There may be labeling issues such as incomplete labeling or outdated labeling. There may be strength or strength conversion issues. Strength is a very common error, and we have a strength conversion document in our compliance page, which can assist firms in understanding how to convert from a percent to a weight over volume or weight over weight. And this explains how different dosage forms should be listed. And we have a link for that coming up later. So now we can discuss about our compliance program. Our program started in 2015 with a mission to protect and promote public health by striving to achieve accuracy and integrity of the establishment registration and listing data. We have 4 phases of compliance actions that we follow. So first is the review of data. We review the data to find data inaccuracies. Then we send the firm a deficiency letter where we highlight the deficiency and give the firm 30 days to correct it. If they don't correct it, then we go through the next phase, which is data removal. And the data will be removed from the NDC directory. And then if the issue is still not resolved, then we take further actions such as possible untitled letters, warning letters, and data inactivation. These are some important points to highlight about the deficiency letters. The deficiency we identify is clearly stated in the first paragraph and in the summary table. Next, it states that the firm has 30 days to make the corrections. Next point to note is non-delivery of the letter does not stop the process, meaning that if the firm does not update the contact information, this will not relieve the firm from its listing obligations. There's a requirement to update, and this is found under 207.33C. Further actions may be taken, as you know, data removal, untitled letter, warning letter, and data inactivation. And also note that at the last part of this deficiency letter, there are specific instructions on how to send an updated SPL file. Complying with listing requirements can be easy if you read and follow the requirements under 21 CFR 207, if you read the deficiency letter and follow the instructions, if you need to revise the file with the corrections and you encounter validation errors. At that time, please send an email to our office and send us the core ID or the submission ID for review and approval. And once we check for accuracy, we will request a manual override from the SPL coordinator when a compliance case has been open. If there is no compliance case and you are updating some listings and you encounter some validation errors that need a manual override, in that situation, at that point, you can request an override from the SPL coordinator. These are some reasons why having an accurate listing data is important and why you must comply with listing requirements. Accurate listing data is needed for post-marketing surveillance. It helps with recalls and shortages when they occur to identify products that are listed and available in the market. It helps with adverse event reporting, supply chain security, helps to identify unapproved products in the market. It's used by import-export offices. It's used by prescribers. And this listing data is available for the public to access via the NDC directory and several other public databases. And here are some effects of non-compliance. Public safety concerns, medication errors, data removal from the NDC directory, publication of warning letters, data inactivation. There may be CMS reimbursement issues, and there may be importation issues. So we have come to our first challenge question. This is a true or false question. So incomplete or outdated labeling is a type of listing issue. Is this true or false? We'll give you a few moments to think. So the answer to challenge question 1 is true. Labeling is required to be submitted as part of the drug listing requirements. Thus, it must be complete and current. Challenge question 2. Select the true statement about the NDC directory. A. FDA publishes the drug listing information in the NDC directory. B. The NDC directory is updated once a week. C. The NDC directory contains inactivated data. D. All of these are true statements. And we'll give you a few moments to think of this one. The answer is A. Only A is the correct choice. FDA publishes the listing data in the NDC directory. Here is our final challenge question. How can you ensure compliance with listing requirements? A. Follow 21 CFR 207. B. Read and follow the deficiency letter and respond within 30 days. C. First send drug registration and listing branch the submission ID or the core ID of the failed submission for review and approval of the manual override. D. All of the above. We'll give you a few moments to think of the answer. Answer is D. All of the above. So in summary, to maintain compliance with listing requirements, you must follow the requirements under 207. You must follow the instructions in the deficiency letter. Update outdated contact information. Remember that non-compliance can have negative consequences, and listing data is so important for FDA's mission. As a closing thought, avoid issues by submitting the drug listing correctly the first time. So this is the resources page with the links to 21 CFR 207, the NDC directory, and our drug registration and listing compliance program. And this is the page that includes the strength conversion document. Thank you for joining us once again. And if you have any questions, please let us know.
Okay, thank you again to all our presenters for all the great information they have shared. If you had questions for them, be sure to stay tuned as the team will be back for Q&A scheduled a bit later this afternoon. Since we are running just a bit ahead of schedule, we're going to give everyone an extra break here to stretch their legs. We will be back for the next session at 2:15 Eastern Time. So see you back then. right, welcome back from the break. I hope everyone got a chance to get up and move about some before our next sessions. Just a quick reminder for our audience, if you would please enter your questions in the Q&A pod. When we see that some questions are being asked in the chat pod, and there's a chance we may miss those. So again, a reminder to enter your questions into the Q&A pod. All right. And so it is now my pleasure to introduce our next set of presenters who will be speaking specifically on the subject of the National Drug Code. In this session, we will hear from David Mazik, a Consumer Safety Officer, Dr. Leila Rajul Esfandiari, Branch Chief, and Lieutenant Commander Sujin Park, Regulatory Officer, all from the Drug Registration and Listing Branch of the Division of Labeling, Registration, and Unapproved Drugs in the Office of Unapproved Drugs and Labeling Compliance, again within FDA's FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. And now, please join me in welcoming David Mazik.
Thank you, folks, and welcome back. Thank you for participating in our conference this year. This afternoon, I will be going over the NDC reservation tool and document type. And once again, my name is David Mazik. So today we have a handful of objectives that we want to accomplish. First and foremost, we're going to talk briefly about the reservation file and the required elements for that file, for that document type. And secondly, for the time frame for submitting the file and what's required for that time frame. And then finally, the importance of use of that registration file and how it helps our agency as well as the stakeholder. So here's some of the benefits of using the NDC reservation file. Specifically for pre-launch activities, when you're pre-printing labeling for the product prior to that product being in commercial distribution. Once the NDC is reserved, it can be held for up to 2 years once it's been accepted. Thirdly, it helps prevent some of the duplication errors that we've been finding and formatting errors that we've been finding. One of the common errors that has been corrected over the years would be the NDC configuration, but the NDC reservation will help mitigate some of those issues when it comes to submitting an NDC for a specific labeler code. And then finally, for your CMOs, for your contract manufacturers, for those contract manufacturers responsible for submitting on behalf of a private label distributor or using that NDC reservation to submit on behalf of the PLD, this is a tool that will help them facilitate that action. So who should reserve an NDC? As I mentioned, when you're participating in pre-launch activities and the NDC is going to be on the labeling, this is a good tool to use to make sure that you're using the correct format for that NDC for the particular product. Also for contract manufacturers who are responsible for submitting the drug listing for their private label distributors. And then finally, in an instance wherein the final characteristics of that product are unknown, but yet you want to assign an NDC, and this is earlier on in the product, in the life cycle of the drug product and drug submission. So, and when we talked about physical characteristics, obviously the color, shape, and imprint information. When that stuff is unknown, this is a good opportunity for someone or for a stakeholder to use the NDC reservation tool to lock down an NDC. So now, when should the NDC reservation be used? Once again, for pre-market labeling issues or labeling instances wherein the NDC appears on the labeling, And then obviously prior to final labeling approval and printing, oftentimes companies in the past have had issues again with formatting of the NDC and or configuration issues with the specific NDC. And then finally, the reservation is not required for an actual listing. So this file is not a prerequisite for a complete listing. If you're ready to market a drug, you have the correct NDC, it's been validated, go ahead and submit that actual listing. The reservation is not a required file or a precursor for an actual complete listing. And then finally, in an instance wherein a product is not going to be launched for more than 2 years, then you don't want to use an NDC reservation. The reservation is held for up to 2 years. So you want to avoid using the NDC reservation in an instance wherein that product is not going to be marketed for 3 years. Here's some key elements or nuances of the NDC reservation. The labeler code that is used in the NDC reservation has to be a valid labeler code, has to be a labeler code that is recognized by our system. And so the firm needs to go in and electronically claim that labeler code and or apply for a labeler code that has been submitted electronically. And finally, here are some of the data elements required for the NDC reservation. The labeler name, the labeler DUNS, the NDC prod code, and that NDC prod code encompasses the labeler code and the product number, the non-proprietary name, dosage form, marketing status, and the reserved until date. And then finally, one active ingredient. These are the required elements for an NDC reservation. And as we mentioned, the NDC under the same labeler code can be reserved, or NDCs under the same labeler code, that reclaimed labeler code that's already in the electronic system. All of the drug products can be submitted under one file for a specific labeler code. And then once that NDC is proposed or accepted, then it's reserved. The reservation occurs at the product level. NDC is reserved at the product level. As we mentioned in the previous slide, that one of the main components is the combination of the NDC prod code, which is the labeler code and product number. No packaging information is required. And then finally, there are no other additional information required for an NDC reservation beyond the prod code. Here's some further key points on the NDC reservation. The marketing status for all reserved NDCs is deemed new or reserved. To convert an NDC reservation SPL to a listing SPL, that status has to be changed from reserved and or new to active. And then a reserved NDC that is no longer needed can be canceled. You can cancel that NDC if the reservation is no longer needed. To cancel an NDC reservation, you would merely change that marketing status from reserved to cancel. There's some more key nuances to the NDC reservation document type. The cancellation date corresponds to the submittal date for the NDC reservation. The NDC reservation cannot be used for another product. That reserved NDC cannot be used for another product. Obviously, once you reserved it, it cannot be used for another reservation either. So it's unique to that particular product that you've reserved up to 2 years. And then finally, once the reservation has been canceled, then the NDC can be placed back into your inventory of NDCs that can be used for other products. But keep in mind that the reservation has to be canceled. And this is slightly different from when a product has been discontinued. And my colleagues will go over the nuances of discontinuing a fully listed drug product. But in this instance, we're talking about the reservation file. Now, in this presentation, I will not go through a demo of the NDC reservation. I just wanted to show you the screen where the actual reservation resides and some of the nuances on that screen from the CDER Direct page. So now let's jump into our challenge question. Challenge question number 1. Which of the following data elements can be excluded from the NDC reservation file? And the answer to question number 1 is C. The package code information is excluded from the reservation file. The other 3 elements, the active ingredient, labeler code, DUNS, and name are required fields. Question number 2. Is the NDC reservation required to facilitate the listing submission? And that means a complete listing submission. And obviously that is false. The NDC reservation is not required to complete or facilitate a complete listing submission. So let's go forward to question number 3. True or false? Is the reservation data published on the NDC directory? And that is false. Keep in mind, the reservation is not a complete listing, and only completed and validated products that are currently in commercial distribution will appear on the NDC directory. So in summary, the NDC reservation file or document type should only be selected to reserve an NDC for up to 2 years. And so if you have a product that you know won't be hitting the marketplace for 3 years, then we suggest that you not use the NDC reservation. And then finally, the reservation is not a complete drug listing, so it can't be substituted. It can't be used as a substitute in lieu of a complete submission. So reservation is just a tool that covers the pre-launch activities for a product that is not currently in the marketplace. And as always, feel free to reach out to me or anyone on our staff to address any of the questions or concerns you have with this document type and with this file. We'll be happy to address any issues that you have concerning the reservation and look forward to answering any questions that you have. Thank you.
In the second presentation of this afternoon's National Drug Code session, I'm going to talk about the future format of the NDC. You will learn after this presentation to define the National Drug Code, provide an overview of the proposed rule revising the NDC format, and describe the proposed implementation timeline. We start the presentation with a poll question. You can type your answer in the chat box to answer this question. Which statement is true about the NDC? A, NDC is required to appear on all human prescription drug carton labels. B, NDC is 11 digits and is used in dispensing and reimbursement transactions. C, NDC is 10 digits and has various formats. Or D, both A and B. See, the answers are coming in, and the correct one would be C. NDC is 10 digits and has different formats. So as a reminder, we have talked about this before in prior presentations, and we'll talk more about NDC in the next presentation. But as we know, it's a unique identifier for drugs in U.S. commercial distribution. And for most drugs, it's included on a drug label and labeling. It must be assigned to all drugs that are in U.S. commercial distribution and can be part of the UPC. This, again, is a reminder for many of us that NDC is 10 digits. It has 3 segments, and it has 3 different formats that are assigned by FDA. So there is actually an 11-digit NDC format, which was included in the poll question. An FDA-assigned 10-digit NDC is converted to the HIPAA standardized 11-digit NDC format by adding a leading 0 to the applicable short segment to make a 542 format. As you can see on this slide, it shows on the left side the 3 different NDC formats that are switched to the HIPAA 11-digit format on the right. So we have a finite amount of 5-digit labeler codes, and we will eventually run out. Under current regulations, once we run out of 5-digit labeler codes, we must assign 6-digit labeler codes. That will create an 11-digit FDA-assigned NDC and will introduce 2 new formats to the current formats of the NDC, the 632 and the 641. That obviously is a concern because without a change, we will have 5 different NDC formats in FDA, and an FDA-assigned 11-digit NDC may be confusing with a HIPAA-converted 11-digit NDC. And not only it's costly, but all these conversions, but also it may cause medication errors, which is a grave concern. And as you can see on this example provided, especially in systems that remove hyphens in NDC, there is a concern about a duplicate NDC between the 11-digit converted HIPAA format and the new FDA-assigned 11-digit NDCs. So FDA published a proposed rule in July of 2022, which was intended to minimize the impact of moving to 6-digit labeler codes and also to eliminate the timing uncertainty and multiple NDC lengths and formats that were as a result of moving to 6-digit labeler codes. So proposed rule included provisions to update the length and format of the NDC to a 12-digit format, 642, and it actually proposed also some barcode labeling requirements. So to list some of the potential benefits, the proposed rule, once finalized, facilitates the adoption of a single NDC format by all stakeholders, which would in turn eliminate the need to convert NDCs from an FDA format to a different format, and eliminates the need for stakeholders to maintain multiple versions of an NDC. It also eliminates the need to convert NDCs and minimizes confusion and potential medication errors that could result from format conversions. The proposed rule also would provide stakeholders with a specific date by which FDA would begin issuing NDCs in a new format, which would provide more certainty to everyone regarding when they would need to have systems ready to accept the NDCs in a format other than the 3 current 10-digit FDA-assigned formats. The proposed rule, if finalized, will have a delayed effective date. It was proposed that the effective date will be 5 years after the publication of the final rule, and after that we enter a 3-year transition period. So after a 5-year delayed effective date, it is proposed that there is a 3-year transition period, and it is designed to minimize relabeling costs and decreasing drug shortage risks due to timing of product release, and also limiting the time frame that may cause confusion with coexisting labeling with 2 different lengths of NDC. So on the effective date, FDA will convert all NDCs to 12 digits and start assigning 6-digit labeler codes, which leads to assignment of new 12-digit format NDCs. Everyone should have their systems capable of handling the new 12-digit NDC in the 642 format, and firms should start labeling drugs that were assigned 10-digit NDCs with the new 12-digit 642 format, and that is on or after the effective date, not before then. And then the drug listing submissions would be required to also use the new 12-digit NDC format in the new submissions, and any updates needs to also include the 12-digit NDC in the SPL and in the labeling after the effective date. Transition period starts right after the effective date, and it's proposed currently to be 3 years. During this time, FDA will publish and maintain both 10 and 12-digit NDCs. FDA does not intend to object if drugs that were assigned a 10-digit NDC prior to the effective date continue to be labeled and distributed with the 10-digit NDC on the label, but encourages manufacturers and distributors to include 12-digit NDCs on their drug labeling as soon as possible after the effective date, but not later than when the firm runs out of its existing labeling inventory for the drug and orders or begins printing new labeling. After the transition period ends, all firms would be required to use a 12-digit NDC in the listing files. So being prepared and planning this accordingly, if the rule is finalized as proposed, will reduce the impact and cost to all stakeholders. And there are 3 fronts that you have to be prepared for. One is the operating systems that need to be able to accommodate the new 12-digit NDC in a 642 format on the effective date. And then labeling, so planning, labeling update and annual report according to the rule's effective date will help you maintain an up-to-date labeling and meet the requirements and complying with the requirements, and also reduce cost. And also for drug listing, to confirm the 12-digit NDC format after the effective date and providing updated labeling for your drug listing file when those updates are required in your drug listing. To wrap up the presentation, you must answer this challenge question. I will let you read it and provide your answers in the chat box. Which statement is true, A, B, C, or D? And the correct answer, as some of you have responded correctly, is D. And on this slide, I have provided a link to the 2022 Federal Register notice for your information. So in summary, with or without a final rule, or regardless of how it's finalized, the NDC format will change in the future. So we advise you to stay tuned and informed, and reach out to us if you have any questions. Thank you for your attention. Now I turn it to my colleague, Lieutenant Commander Sujin Park, for an excellent presentation on NDC assignment to drugs.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sujin Park, and I am your last presenter for this session. Today, I will be talking about the NDC assignment to drugs. In this presentation, I will talk about the assignment of NDCs to drugs. We will learn a bit about the history of NDC and provide NDC change requirements and restrictions. As it's been discussed in prior presentations by David and Leila, NDC is an identifier unique to each drug that is assigned to drugs in U.S. commercial distribution. It's in our medicine cabinets at home or behind the counter at your local pharmacy. The assignment of NDC to drugs can impact public health in a number of ways, and it is one of the most important aspects of drug listing. Before I move into how NDCs are assigned, a quick recap of what NDC is. The NDC is currently 10 digits and consists of 3 segments, as you all know: labeler code, product code, and package code. I'd like to emphasize that once an NDC is assigned to a drug, it cannot be reused, even after the listed drug is discontinued. However, if a discontinued drug resumes marketing without any changes made to the previously listed drug, the previously assigned NDC should be used. When a registrant or its authorized agent first submits a drug listing, they can propose an NDC for that drug. If that NDC has not already been used, FDA will assign the proposed NDC to that drug. FDA's assignment of an NDC is based on an automatic validation and does not reflect whether it is appropriate for the drug being listed. Therefore, a drug listing file should not be submitted for products such as dietary supplement, medical food, or medical devices, and they may be deemed misbranded if such product use an NDC. For most of us working in healthcare setting, pharmaceutical supply chain, or insurance companies, we make use of NDCs every day, but very few know the history of their development. In 1969, the NDC was created to provide an identification system to permit automated processing of drug data by government agencies, industries, hospitals, and insurance companies. It was a voluntary identifier until 1972 under the Drug Listing Act, which required a registered drug establishment to provide FDA with a current list of all drugs it manufactures for commercial distribution in the U.S. Then enacted in 1996, implemented in 2000 under the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, NDC for the first time was reported in an 11-digit format instead of 10. U.S. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, some other government agencies and healthcare systems reformat NDCs to 11-digit under HIPAA by adding a leading 0 to short segments to create a 542 format. Since June 2009, establishment registration and drug listing data are submitted electronically to FDA in structured product labeling, or SPL format. Drugs are then identified and listed with FDA using the NDCs. In 2016, FDA published a final rule to modify, clarify various regulations for establishment registration and drug listing information. The final rule included changes to NDC assignment and format, the standard for which when NDCs are required, and clarification of misbranding provisions if NDCs are used improperly. So when do we require changes to the assigned NDC? The NDC must propose a new and unique NDC for a drug when there is a change to any of the information identified in 207.35 B or C. The new NDC must include a different product code when there is a change in drug's established name or proprietary name, if any, a change in active ingredient or strength, a change in dosage form, drug status, drug's intended use, or any changes to the drug's distinguishing characteristics. With respect to the package code, different package sizes and types for a drug cannot share the same package code under the same labeler code and product code. For example, if a drug is packaged in different container materials such as glass or plastic containers, different package codes should be used to distinguish the different container types. Under the old regulations, NDCs were allowed to be reused after a listed drug was discontinued for 5 years. That changed with the provision made to the codified and after the effective date of 2016 final rule. NDCs can no longer be reused after a product discontinuation. However, as I shared earlier, if a previously discontinued drug becomes commercially available or marketed, the same NDC should be assigned. It is important to remember that the assignment of an NDC does not denote approval of the drug, nor does it mean that the drug may be legally marketed. Any representation that creates the impression that a drug is approved or is legally marketable because it appears in our database of drugs, has been assigned or displayed an NDC is misleading and constitutes misbranding. FDA strongly encourages inclusion of the NDC in a human-readable format on the container label and carton labeling of the prescription and non-prescription drug for proper identification of the drug and to reduce the risk of medication error. For human prescription drugs, the house supply, storage, and handling section of the package insert must include NDCs. FDA recommends that NDCs for the unit package sizes are made available. Also, for OTC drugs, FDA strongly encourages inclusion of the appropriate NDC on the container label and carton labeling. If a manufacturer, repacker, or PLD chooses to include the NDC should be displayed in the FDA-assigned 3-segmented human-readable format. For drugs that are subject to FDA review and approval under a NDA, BLA, ANDA, or other associated supplements, verification of NDC assignment is not typically part of the review and approval process. The NDCs that appear in approval labeling may not have been assigned by FDA because NDCs are only assigned once the drug listing file has been accepted after approval of the application or supplement. To remediate any issues, the registrant or its authorized agent can reserve an NDC before drug approval and label printing. If you need any assistance or have any questions related to NDCs, please reach out to the email address provided here. For the purposes of drug listing, cold packaged products are considered kits. And it is any CDER or CDER-led single package of 2 or more different products co-packaged together where at least one of the co-packaged products is a drug or biological products. If a kit is subject to drug listing requirements under Part 207, then the proposed NDC for the kit should be different than the NDC proposed to any of the individual drugs or biological products included in the kit. This means that the NDC product code for the kit should be different from the NDC product code or codes for each drug or biological product co-packaged within the kit. In addition, any non-drug parts should be identified as part of the kit's drug listing, but an NDC for such non-drug should not be included. A multi-level package includes different levels of packaging for one drug. For example, a carton containing a blister pack of solid oral dosage form or a carton containing multiple vials of an injectable drug. Since the package code segment of the NDC identifies a unique package size and type, you should assign a different package code to each level of packaging. For example, if 10 identical vials of an injectable drug are placed in a carton for U.S. commercial distribution, and 5 of the cartons are then placed into a case for shipping purposes, FDA expects a different package code to be assigned to the vials and carton, and no NDC should be assigned to the shipping case. Okay, now we are moving into a couple of challenge questions to wrap up my presentation. Okay, challenge question number 1. Which of the following can be assigned an NDC? OTC drug, medical device, human prescription drug, dietary supplement, or A and C? The answer is E, A, and C. Number 2. NDC proposed to the co-packaged product should be different than NDC proposed for each drug part. The answer is A, that is true. In summary, NDC assignment is a separate process from the drug approval process. NDC assignment process starts with the registrant proposing an NDC for a drug at the time of drug listing submission, and FDA assigns the proposed NDC. Printing NDC in a human-readable format on drug container label is strongly encouraged. and regardless of an NDC inclusion on a drug label or not, all drugs that must be listed with FDA must be assigned an NDC. Concludes my presentation on the NDC assignment to drugs. Thank you all for attending, and we will take some questions during our last Q&A session. Thank you.
All right. Another thank you to all our presenters for the session. If you had questions for them, again, please stay tuned as they will be back for the Q&A a bit later. And now we will be taking another quick break. Since we took a break earlier, we will cut this break down to, say, about 10 minutes, and we will be back at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Time. So see you back then. Welcome back. And to thank you to you, all our viewers who are continuing to stay tuned in today. I would now like to introduce our next set of presenters who will be speaking on recent updates. We will be welcoming back Dr. Leila Raju Esfandiari, Branch Chief of the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. We will also hear from Obina Ugwu Oju, Division Director of the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, Office of Quality Surveillance in FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. And we will also hear again from Dr. Yogesh Paruthi, Consumer Safety Officer within the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. And now I'll hand it back over to Dr. Leila Raju Esfandiari.
On the first update presentation of this afternoon, I'm going to discuss the OTC drug listing updates and validations. After this presentation, you should be able to describe listing updates for OTC drug marketing authorization, name the latest OTC drug marketing categories, and describe listing updates needed for fiscal year 2025 OMUFA determination. On March 27, 2020, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or the CARES Act, was signed into law and added Section 505G to the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which is intended to reform and modernize the framework for the regulation of OTC monograph drugs. OTC monograph drugs may be marketed without an approved drug application under Section 505 of the FD&C Act if they meet the requirement of Section 505G of the FD&C Act, including applicable conditions in an OTC monograph. A monograph is associated and identified with a number that refers to a therapeutic category. It establishes conditions such as active ingredients, uses or indications, doses, routes of administration, labeling, and testing, under which an OTC drug is given therapeutic categories such as sunscreen or antacid, is generally recognized as safe and effective for its intended use. A list of all current monograph IDs and the respective therapeutic categories is available online, and a link is provided at the end of this presentation. Some drug listing updates went into effect on October 1, 2023. That included 2 new marketing categories, OTC monograph drug and OTC monograph drug manufactured under contract. So the old OTC monograph final and not final marketing categories are no longer available as of October 1, 2023. And also the new monograph IDs replaced the old CFR citations for OTC drug listings. The new marketing categories and monograph IDs, once replaced the old ones in October 2023, were only required for new submissions for OTC drugs. As a result, the older submissions that were not updated still remain under the old information. As discussed this morning in the listing certification requirements under FDA regulations, each listed drug must be certified if no changes have occurred since its drug listing was last reviewed and updated. And that certification period is during the registration renewal period from October 1st to December 1st annually. This year in 2024, for the certification period, all OTC drug listing submissions must be updated to include the new marketing categories and the correct monograph IDs. If the old marketing categories or citations to the CFRs are provided in the old listing submission, the submission will not be available for certification, and any revision to those SPLs, if it does not get updated to include the new and appropriate marketing categories and monograph IDs, will fail validation. So as a second update on how some recent changes can affect your OTC drug listings, we talk about the OMUFA facility fees, the FRN for OTC monograph order request or more fee rates for fiscal year 2025 was published in July 2024, and those rates are effective on October 1st, 2024 till September 30th of 2025. As explained in the January 2021 HHS FRN and FDA subsequent FRNs published on March 26, 2021, March 16, 2022, and March 27, 2023 of fiscal year 2021 to 2023 OMUF FRNs, companies that first registered with FDA during the COVID-19 public health emergency, or PHE, solely for purposes of manufacturing OTC hand sanitizer products during the PHE were not identified as facilities subject to the OMUFA facility fee for a certain time period. That time period, which extended beyond the end of the PHE, concludes on December 30th of 2024. If all you manufactured and distributed in the U.S. Was hand sanitizers under the PHE, there are two possibilities. If you plan to continue manufacturing hand sanitizers, then you must renew your registration and certify your drug listing for those hand sanitizers. Just be aware that you may be subject to OMUFA facility fees for fiscal year 2025, and be sure to pay those fees as required by law. But if you plan to discontinue manufacturing hand sanitizers by December 31, 2024, then deregister your facility with FDA and delist all your hand sanitizers as required by the provisions and 21 CFR 207. It is also recommended, certainly not required, but it's good practice to inactivate your FDA-assigned labeler code if you do not have any other drug listings with FDA, which, as mentioned in the previous presentations, you can always come back and reactivate if you come back to business. So we will wrap up the presentation with some challenge questions. Which statement is true? A, all OTC drug listing submissions currently reference the appropriate monograph ID. B, all OTC drug listing submissions should reference the appropriate monograph ID by September 30th, 2024. C, all OTC drug listing submissions should reference the appropriate monograph ID by December 31, 2024. Or D, none of the above. The correct answer is none of the above. There is no requirement to update your drug listing by a certain date, but obviously if you do not update it before December 31, 2024, but you remain in the market after December 31, 2024, then that will create a problem and your product is not certified, or your listing is not certified and will get inactivated. Challenge question 2. If you discontinue manufacturing hand sanitizers in November 2024 and continue manufacturing other OTC drugs, you may still be subject to OMUFA facility fees for fiscal year 2025. Is that false or true? And the answer is, it is true, because OMUFA facility fees are not only applicable to hand sanitizers for the fiscal year 2025. If you manufacture other OTC drugs, you may still be subject to OMUFA facility fees even after you discontinue your hand sanitizers. Challenge question 3, you won't be subject to OMUFA facility fees if you only manufactured hand sanitizers under PHE and you stop manufacturing them by, which of these dates are correct? A, September 1, 2024, B, September 30th, 2024, C, December 31, 2024, or D, September 30th, 2025. And as many of you have correctly identified, the correct answer is December 31, 2024. So if hand sanitizer was all you manufactured during the PHE and you stop manufacturing it, you must discontinue it by December 31, 2024, so you're not subject to AMUFA fees for 2025. So in summary, if you are an OTC drug manufacturer or distributor, there are two things you need to consider and follow by December 31, 2024. The first one would be to deregister and delist if you no longer manufacture hand sanitizers under PHE and you don't want to be subject to fiscal year 2025 AMUFA fees. And for all your drug listing submissions for OTC drugs, you must send an update to reference the latest marketing categories and appropriate marketing authorization if you remain in the market and beyond December 31, 2024, because then your drug will not be, your listing data will not be certified and therefore will get inactivated in January 2025. This page includes some links to useful OTC drug regulations, AMUFA, and also required registration and listing updates to your facilities and OTC drug listings. And with that, I'd like to invite you to listen to the next presentation on drug amount reporting presented by Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. Thank you for your attention.
OPQ Office of Quality Surveillance appreciates the invitation to speak at this year's Electronic Drug Registration and Listing Workshop. In this presentation, I will be providing an update on FDA's Drug Amount Reporting Program. Our office believes that everyone deserves confidence in their next dose of medicine. Pharmaceutical quality assures the availability, safety, and efficacy of every dose. After this presentation, you will learn about the key features of the Drug Amount Reporting Final Guidance that was issued earlier this year. Get more insight on Drug Amount Report submission structure. And learn a few tips on how to successfully upload Drug Amount reports. FDA updated the time frame for submitting Drug Amount reports. Reports for calendar year 2023 should be submitted no later than July 31, 2024. Reports for subsequent calendar years should be submitted no later than March 31 of the following calendar year. This means that reports for calendar year 2024 should be submitted no later than March 31, 2025. I would like to note that the portal is still open for registrants who have not yet submitted their calendar year 2023 reports. FDA clarified reporting for registrants across the drug supply chain, including contract manufacturers. This means that contract manufacturers should provide the amount of drug that they themselves manufactured, rather than the amount that other registrants further downstream in the drug supply chain manufactured. FDA clarified that in addition to reporting amount of active pharmaceutical ingredients manufactured, API manufacturers should also provide activity data for drugs formulated by activity, for example, heparin. If you have any question about reporting activity data for APIs, please do reach out to us using the contact information provided at the end of this presentation. FDA also implemented improved checks for errors in the portal. Submitters now receive informed notifications about errors that they may encounter during report submission. This slide shows the flowchart for submitting drug amount reports. It takes into consideration whether you're submitting a report for an API or a drug product. If you're submitting a report for an API, then the amount should be reported by mass or volume. This means that the unit of measure could be kilogram or liters. If you're submitting a report for drug product not in finished package form, for example, finished drug for further processing, then drug amount should be reported by dosage form unit. So, unit of measure could be number of tablets or capsules. If you're submitting a report for drug product in finished package form, then drug amount should be reported by number of packages. In the next 3 slides, I will highlight some of the data elements used in submitting drug amount reports, with emphasis on those data elements that were added in the final guidance. This slide contains data elements used in submitting reports for active pharmaceutical ingredients. Establishment dons, business operation, and NDC data elements are required for successful submission of a drug amount report. Mass/volume and unit of measure data elements are used to submit the amount of API manufactured. Activity unit of measure, average activity, and minimum activity data elements are optional and will only be used for drugs formulated by activity. And as I mentioned earlier, please reach out to us if you have any question about submitting activity data. The slide contains data elements used in submitting reports for drug product not in finished package form. Source NDC data element is used by repackers and relabelers to identify the NDC of the drugs that they received for repacking or relabeling. Quantity manufactured data element is used to submit the amount of drug that was manufactured. Quantity distributed non-US data element is used to submit the amount of the drug that was distributed outside of the United States. Quantity distributed is only needed if you intend to use drug amount reporting to fulfill 21 CFR 314.81 for the drug being reported. Intended to fulfill 21 CFR 314.81 data element is used to indicate if the report will be used to fulfill annual report requirements for new drug and abbreviated new drug application. This slide contains data elements used in submitting reports for drug product in finished package form. Outermost quantity manufactured data element is used to submit the amount of the drug that was manufactured based on the drug's outermost packaging. Outermost quantity distributed non-US data element is used to submit the amount of the drug that was distributed outside of the United States, and again is only needed if you intend to use drug amount reporting to fulfill 21 CFR 314.81 for the drug being reported. Innermost quantity manufactured data element is used to submit the amount of the drug that was manufactured based on the drug's innermost packaging. Innermost quantity distributed non-US data element is used to submit the amount of the drug that was distributed outside of the United States and is only needed if you intend to use drug amount reporting to fulfill 21 CFR 314.81 for the drug being reported. I would like to note that the outermost data elements are required for all drug product in finished package form, while innermost data elements are only required for finished drug products with multi-level packaging. Please review the technical conformance guide for more information on how these data elements are used in submitting drug amount reports. This slide contains some useful tips for uploading drug amount data using CSV file. Please remember to read the CSV template instructions and be sure to use the correct template for the drug type being submitted. Use spreadsheet application like Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets to populate the file. and save submission files as CSV extension instead of using Excel XLSX extension. And before submitting your report, please open a saved file in a word processing application like Notepad or MS Word to check for problems like leading zeros in establishment DUNS data element, or rows with only commas, which could indicate an empty row or record. Please take a moment to answer this challenge question. Which of the following statement is not true? A. Reports for calendar year 2024 should be submitted no later than March 31, 2025. B. API amount is reported by mass or volume. C. Contract manufacturers are not required to submit drug amounts. And D. Report structure for drug amount is based on drug type and packaging. The correct answer is C. Contract manufacturers are indeed required to submit drug amounts. This slide contains useful links on FDA drug amount reporting program. We have links to the drug amount reporting guidance, drug amount reporting technical conformance guide, and a reference guide for reporting drug amount. We also have links to the next-gen portal that is used in submitting drug amount reports, and website for account sign-up by registrants or their authorized agents. This concludes my presentation, and thank you for listening. I'm happy to take questions during the Q&A panel section.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yogesh Baruthi, and I'm a Consumer Safety Officer in the Drug Registration and Listing Branch within OUDLC at FDA. Today, I want to discuss about who should not register or list their products with the FDA. After participating in this session, you should be able to provide registration and listing exemptions. You should be able to explain the legal status conferred by registration and listing. You should also be able to describe the implications of an incorrect submission. So let's begin with registration and listing exemptions. As described under 21 CFR 207.13, pharmacies that operate in conformance with all applicable local laws regulating the practice of pharmacy and medicine who do not manufacture, repack, relabel, or salvage drugs other than in the regular course of their business of dispensing or selling drugs at retail. Hospital, clinics, and other healthcare entities and public health agencies that operate establishments in conformance with all applicable local laws regulating the practice of pharmacy and medicine who do not manufacture, repack, relabel, or salvage drugs other than in the regular course of their practice of pharmacy, including dispensing. Manufacturers, repackers, relabelers, or salvagers who manufacture, repack, relabel, or salvage drugs only for use in research, teaching, or chemical analysis and not for sale, including clinical trials. Manufacturers, repackers, and relabelers of harmless inactive ingredients such as excipients, colorings, flavorings, emulsifiers, lubricants, preservatives, or solvent that become components of drugs. Practitioners who are licensed by law to prescribe or administer drugs and who manufacture, repack, relabel, or salvage drugs only for use in their professional practice. Individuals or establishments under contract, agreement, or other arrangements with a registered establishment and engage solely in recovering cells or tissue and sending the recovered cells or tissue to the registered establishment to become components of a biological product are exempt from registration and listing under this part, unless FDA determines that drug establishment registration and listing is necessary for the protection of the public health. Please note, this is not a full list of all the exemptions. For a full list of exemption, please visit 21 CFR 207.13. Now that we know the exemptions, let's talk about what these exemptions have in common. First, they do not engage in the manufacturing, repackaging, relabeling, or salvaging of any drug for U.S. commercial distribution. Second, the drug that they manufacture does not enter U.S. commercial distribution. So why companies may incorrectly register and list? Some companies may use FDA registration and listing to falsely represent that FDA has stated their product is legal or approved. They want their product to appear as a drug in certain publication when it is not a drug. So do not register or list your products incorrectly, as it may be illegal. If you are not sure, send us an email and we can help or guide you to the correct office. So what does registration and listing legal status means? So FDA's acceptance of registration and listing form information, inclusion of a drug in our database of drugs, or assignment of an NDC does not denote approval of the establishment or the drug or any other drug of the establishment, nor does it mean that the drug may be legally marketed. To add what we just discussed, neither registration nor listing constitutes a determination by FDA that a product is a drug, as defined by Section 201G1 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Registration and listing may, however, be evidence that a facility intends to or does manufacture, repack, relabel, distribute, or salvage drugs, or that a product is intended to be a drug. Also, you could also be misbranded if you make any false representation that creates the impression that a drug is approved or is legally marketable because it appears in our databases of drugs. Therefore, you should not use FDA logo or use the term FDA registered to denote legitimacy or approval by FDA, or include the term FDA approved for a product that is not subject to FDA review and approval or is not approved by FDA. So what are the implications of an incorrect submission? You may be assessed and subject to other requirements such as user fees due, FDA inspections, CGMP requirements, and drug amount reporting requirements. So we have our first challenge question here. And the question is, you should list your drug product intended for use in clinical trials and not for sale. Is it A, true, or B, false? If you guess false, you are correct. Okay, so it's time for our challenge question number 2. And the question is, you should register your establishment even though your drugs are not imported or offered for import into US. Is it A, true, or B, false? If you guess false, you are correct. Challenge question number 3. A registered establishment is subject to FDA inspection. Is it A, true, or B, false? If you guessed A, true, you are correct. For more information about the topics covered today, here is the link to FDA's electronic drug registration listing instruction. In summary, products that are not drugs should not be listed. Facilities that do not manufacture or process drugs should not be registered. Questions will be answered in the live Q&A segment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again to our presenters for this recent update session. Now we are in for a special treat. Up next here, we will have a fantastic case studies presentation by Dr. Julian Chun, Consumer Safety Officer with the Drug Registration and Listing Branch. Handing it over to you now, Dr. Chun.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon. My presentation will be case studies. So we will examine some cases that will hopefully wrap up everything and put everything that you've learned in this workshop together. So let's get. So what I would like for us to go through is to examine different cases to identify common listing errors. And then I would want you guys to be able to explain when a repackaged drug NDC must change. Okay, so for our first case, our manufacturer here, actually in this case repackager, will be Wonder Pharma, and they are repackaging ibuprofen 800 milligram tablets. They've assigned it NDC 55555-001-01, and they are repackaging them into 10-count blister packs. So Wonder Pharma has been sourcing this ibuprofen from Amazing Pharma. And that's the source NDC that they've been getting it from. Now they want to source it from a different manufacturer, maybe because of cost or for other reasons. And the new supplier is Fabulous Pharma, and their source NDC is 0014-6666. So with this situation, how should Wonder Pharma update its listing? Okay, so under our regulations 207.35, specifically B6, the proposed new NDC must include a new product code when there's a change to any of the following information. So when the drug's distinguishing characteristics, such as the size, the shape, the color, the code imprint, flavor, and if there's any change in the scoring, then you have to use a new product code. You can't use the same NDC. So this screenshot I have here is the SPL of the ibuprofen 800, which is a blue colored tablet, and it's got an imprint of 4444. Okay, so with that being the case, if the new contract manufacturers, this Fabulous Pharma's ibuprofen, differs from any of the above characteristics, it's a different color, it's a different shape, it doesn't have the same imprint, then Wonder Pharma must delist. So they must complete the marketing status of their current listing, and then they must change the marketing end date or add a marketing end date corresponding to the expiration date of the last lot that they repackaged from the previous source drug. And then they must create a new listing and assign a new NDC to their ibuprofen product because it has different characteristics, so they have to have a new NDC. Okay. Well, what if they talk to Fabulous and they say, hey, I don't want to deal with all that. I want you to make this ibuprofen to match the characteristics exactly of the old source drugs. So I want it to be blue. I want it to have an imprint of 4444. Well, after they do that, does that mean they don't have to make any changes to the listing? Well, no, they would still have to make updates. First and foremost, they have to remove the establishment, the Amazing Pharma, because that's the previous establishment, the previous source drug, and they're not using them anymore. So they got to take them out. Then they have to add the new establishment manufacturing the drug. So then they have to add in Fabulous Pharma. So in this case, Wonder Pharma may retain the same NDC because there's in the regulation, it's matching everything. However, what we strongly recommend is that Wonder assign this new NDC, this new drug, a new NDC, to maintain an accurate and up-to-date listing data. So that's our recommendation. All right, so now let's follow Wonder Pharma and their ibuprofen journey in this new case. Here I have an excerpt of the how supplied section in the content of labeling. So as you see here, it's an ibuprofen 800 milligram tablet. It's colored blue. It's capsule shaped. And it's film coated and it's engraved with 4444 on the one side. So you see here on NDC of 0012444401 bottles of 1000, and I just highlight that just for you to be able to remember that, and then all the other stuff that you would see in house applied, the storage and RX only and whatnot. And so remembering that highlighted section, this is the what Wonder Pharma has inputted into their SPL. And let me get my pointer here. It's kind of hard to see, I apologize, but the product NDC is 5555001. That's the NDC that Wonder Pharma has assigned to their repackaged drug. They want to name it Wonder Drug, but it's an ibuprofen tablet. And the source NDC, this was from Amazing, the 4444. As far as the packaging is concerned, they have assigned data package code of 01, and it's a blister pack of 10 capsules each, and it's not a combination product. So this is the SPL. How does everything look? Does it look good? Any changes necessary? Well, let's see. So in the house applied section, it cites that the NDC and bottle size is 0012-444401, and it's bottles of 1000. So that I highlighted that because the content of labeling should reflect the repackaged drug. So the repackaged drug is ibuprofen that's repackaged into 10 count blister packs. So this error, we actually see it a lot. It's most likely due to them copying and pasting the entire content of labeling from the source drug and not making any updates to it to reflect that this is their repackaged drug product. So as you see, there's a mismatch in the NDC and package error that exists in the house applied section and also the SPL. So please note that repackagers NDC must be reflected in the SPL, the entire content of labeling, and that includes not just the house applied section that I mentioned, but also the principal display panel. So that's the example image that you guys upload, and if you guys are uploading, it must reflect the label, your label, not the source NDC's label, because this is your listing if you're the repackager. Okay, so this next case study number 3, I want to talk about marketing categories. So in order to commercially distribute drug products in the US, you must have an authority to do so, like a legal pathway. So one of those is through the application process. You submit an application with FDA. This is my drug. This is how I'm going to use it. This is the labeling, everything. And we review it, and then we approve it or reject it. And then if it's approved, your application will get a number with it that you can cite in your listing. So the NDA is the new drug application. The ANDA is the abbreviated new drug application for generic drugs. The BLA is the biologics license application for biologic drugs. Another way to bring drug products into the U.S. is to use an OTC monograph. So we published an OTC monograph and updated through administrative orders. And these monographs tell you the drugs that you can use, the labeling, the strength, everything. And if you make the drug exactly like it's cited in the OTC monograph, then you can legally market in the US. So anything that's not part of the application or the OTC monograph is considered unapproved. And an example of that would be homeopathic. So in this case study, we're going to follow Wonders Pharma's ibuprofen 800 milligrams. So in it, you see that the marketing status is active. They started marketing it in 2017, and they're saying that their authority to market it in the US is through an OTC monograph drug, and the application number they're citing is M013 for internal analgesics, antipyretics, and anti-rheumatic drug products for over-the-counter use. So OTC monograph M013, it does not cite 800 milligrams in that monograph. So as I mentioned before, if you're going to use an OTC monograph citation in your listing, you have to follow the monograph exactly. And 800 milligram is not an OTC strength. So in order to be able to use this, to do this legally, you have to use an ANDA. Okay, so then they say, all right, that's right. That was just a mistake. Let me switch to ANDA. So Wonder Pharma puts ANDA 078392. Well, is this an error? Let's look at it. So the way they input it into CDER Direct, it's the active, the start date, the ANDA, and then they input it. Okay. Unfortunately, 078392 ANDA is for granisetron. The correct ANDA is most likely 078329. That's for ibuprofen 800. So we don't see it a lot, but we do see it. These are like transpositional errors. But we'll also see random application numbers where you don't really understand why they use the application number, so they've used the wrong application number. Other things we see is that the application numbers that they've cited is they don't have the right of reference, meaning they do not have permission from the application holder to use their application, but they're citing it anyways. So these are common marketing errors that we're seeing, as I mentioned above, the incorrect application numbers or unauthorized use of these application numbers, as well as the incorrect OTC monograph that they're not citing properly, or they're not updating the citation of the OTC monograph. After there's been an update, sometimes they update the citation, and that's not being updated in the listing. So I want to remind you guys that all of the above errors misbrands the drug product and subjects the listing for further compliance action. So in summary, changes in the source drug requires drug listing updates and may require a new NDC. Repackaged drug listings must reflect the repackager's NDC, the correct package size and description, not just in the SPL, but also in the entire content of labeling. And marketing categories must be an accurate reflection of a drug's authority to market the drug products in the US. So thank you very much. We will take questions after this presentation. If you guys do have questions for us later, feel free to email us at eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. Or if you have a technical question about how to submit something, the more appropriate email is cderdirect@fda.hhs.gov. Thank you.
All right. Another thank you again to our presenters for their spectacular presentations. We will now begin our question and answer panel to include all presenters from this afternoon's sessions. If you haven't had a chance to enter your questions into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now, and we'll answer as many questions as time allows. And so we've had quite a few questions come in already. We'll start with a question that came in addressed for Troy Koo. Troy, will ESG submission eventually be phased out to use FDA Direct for drug listings? Okay, Troy, if you're speaking, we're not quite hearing you yet. Maybe you might be on mute. Okay, and perhaps check for any double mute there. If that might not be working, we can go on to our next question. Okay, so let's see. We'll try another question for a different presenter until we get that troubleshooted. All right. Our next question will go for Dr. Yogesh Paruthi. Question for you. If I update my drug listing SPL in May, do I need to send a blanket no changes notification in June?
Thank you for this question. If a firm updates a drug listing anytime during the calendar year, that listing is certified through December 31st of the following calendar year. So what that means is if the listing was updated in May, a blanket no changes certification does not need to be submitted. Our system just won't even let you allow to select that listing to certify. And just to clarify, blanket no changes certification is only available from October 1st through December 31st and not in the June. Now, since we are talking about the blanket no changes certification, I wanted to remind everyone that blanket no changes certification only affects drug listing. It has no effect on establishment registration renewal. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We have another question for you, Dr. Paruthi. Where can I find additional requirements about listing updates?
Thanks, Nora. So that is a great question. I noticed a lot of questions coming in related to this topic, such as material changes, etc. So overall, you want to refer to 21 CFR 207.57. That has all the information related to what listing information updates you need to submit when you're updating your SPLs. Thank you.
Thank you again. Another question for you. How do I delist my product?
Thank you for the question. So to delist your product, you want to access your most recent submission accepted SPL that you would like to delist. You want to create a new version. You want to change the marketing status from active to complete. And then the most important thing here is you want to provide the expiration date of the last lot that was manufactured. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And sorry, another question related to that for you. Is it necessary to delist my product even though it's no longer in commercial distribution?
Oh, that's an excellent question. We actually, during our surveillance, we come across a lot of these listings. A lot of times folks would, will have their product deactivated. They would never delist them. So please note that you should delist because an inactivated listing is not in compliance. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, Dr. Paruthi, for all those responses. Now we'll go back to Troy Koo to see if we've resolved the audio issue. So again, the question was, will ESG submission eventually be phased out to use FDA Direct for drug listings?
Thank you for the question. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yep,
sorry. Okay, thanks for the question. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think ESG is going to go away anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Another question for you, Troy Q. If I need to submit an update on the formula for a previously approved OTC product, what is the process?
Thank you for the question. So to update a listing, you will have to go to the most recent product listing that you want to update, and then click on the new version. And then from there, you should be able to make any change that you would like. Just so keep in mind that anytime you're making a change, especially in the data element section, most likely you're going to require to have a manual override, okay? So to do that, you can send an email to our SBL team, which is the sbl.fda.hhs.gov. Make sure that you provide, if you're using the CDER Direct, you provide them the submission ID number. If you're using the ESG, then you will provide a core ID number, along with the error message and the reason why you're making a change. Thank you.
Thank you again for that response. Another question for you. Our OTC drug products were listed by an outside consultant. We would like to do the annual listing certification. Do we need a new labeler code number?
Thank you for the question. No, you're actually certifying an existing product, so therefore you do not need a new labeler code. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Another question that came in for you. If you have more than one source for a product, which one should you choose as a source for NDC? Or is there a way to list them all, assuming that you are a repacker?
That's a good, great question. Unfortunately, as of right now, you can only enter one source NDC per product. So if you have two sources, I would suggest send us an email, and then we'll look into this further, and then we can get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you as well for that response. And now we'll address some questions that came in for Dr. Tasneem Hussain. If an establishment relabels a product by definition, this activity will fall under manufacturer. Can the establishment be listed as manufacturer in the SPL and on the labels?
Question, yes. So yes, repackaging and relabeling activities do fall under the overall definition of manufacturing. But if the repackager or relabeler is putting the product in the market under their name and they're distributing it, then the submission must correctly identify the establishment as a repackager or relabeler, sorry. And, so the correct business operation should be chosen. And you can clarify further the business operations using the business operation qualifiers. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Another question for you. I see that each drug listing must contain the repackaging information. Can you please define the repackaging for me? For example, our manufacturer A is doing the filing and inner packaging for OTC sunscreen products. Then we have transfer products to manufacturer B to add an outer packaging. In this case, does A list need to add the B site as repackaging?
That's a good question too. Thank you. So the definition of repackaging is found under 21 CFR 207.1, along with other definitions such as relabeling. So the definition of repackaging it means the act of taking a finished drug product or unfinished drug from the container in which it was placed in commercial distribution and placing it into a different container without manipulating, changing, or affecting the composition or formulation of the drug. So what you're describing here would not be considered repackaging. It would be just another part of the manufacturing process. So site B would not be considered manufacturer or would not be considered a repackager in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much as well. We have another question for you, Dr. Hussain. Which marketing category should CMOs use for the products they manufacture and list under their labeler code to avoid confidential information being available on DailyMed?
Okay, that's another good question. Thank you for the question. So contract manufacturers have several choices of marketing categories, and those are usually identified when you see the term product manufactured under contract. You'll be able to spot them from that. So you choose the appropriate choice depending on the type of product you have. For example, if you have an approved drug product manufactured under contract or unapproved drug product manufactured under contract, or it could be an OTC monograph drug product manufactured under contract. So these choices are available, from our structured product labeling resources page, which you can find the link under our office's drug registration and listing webpage. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question for you. If there is a compliance case, then the manual override will not be completed?
That's a good question. Thank you. Yes. So if there's a compliance open, doesn't mean that it won't be completed. It just means that we need to first review the file to make sure that it's been updated and to make sure that the deficiency that we identified has been addressed and resolved. An override won't be completed unless our office approves it first. So this can only happen if we review the file for accuracy and completeness. And then when that's done, when we know that everything has been corrected properly, then we request the override from the SPL coordinator. And then once he performs the override, then at that point, we can close the compliance case. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the response. Now we have some questions that came in for Dr. Vika Sarora. First question, how do you list a co-packaged product with one component that's an unapproved item?
Thank you for that question. So you will still list this as a kit product, and for the unapproved component, you will select the appropriate unapproved marketing category that applies to that constituent part. Thank you.
Thanks so much for clarifying that. Next question for you. For combination products, e.g. a drug and a pump, both manufactured by different companies, do you have to list the manufacturer of the device and all the establishments that the device company uses for testing?
Thank you for that question. So I'm assuming in this case, the question is referring to co-packaged drug device products. So in this case, if CDER is the lead, you will select kit for the dosage form and identify the constituent parts. For the non-drug components, you will not include an NDC. And regarding the manufacturer's reference, you will include all drug manufacturers only that are involved with the listing. For CDRH requirements, please reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. One more question for you, Dr. Arora. We listed a drug product in May, and it will be marketed in June. However, we didn't update the product in June. Will the product be inactivated?
Again, thank you for that question. So I'm not sure what the specific situation that is being referenced here, but if your initial listing has correct information with the correct future start marketing date and there are no updates, then the listing is okay. But it won't become an active listing regardless until the start marketing date is reached. But however, if, for example, an establishment reference in these listings becomes inactive, then that listing, after receiving a notification early July of the upcoming July inactivation, will be activated at the end of July unless that relevant establishment is updated accordingly. Please note we encourage listing updates to be made as soon as possible, but at the latest June or December of each year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those responses. And now we'll move on to some questions that came in addressed to David Mazik. Let's see, first question here. Sorry, just had it. Okay. My firm has 3 different facilities in the same premises. Do I need to use the DUNS number for the building where manufacturing is taking place for NDC reservations?
Interesting question. Thank you for that. Yes, that DUNS number for the manufacturer, and in this instance, one site location will be referenced in that registration file. And so the reservation would reflect all of the sites that are referenced under that singular DUNS number and the singular FEI that's assigned to that location. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. Next question is for you as well. Is there a way to confirm a proposed product code has not been used before when it is for an already approved product that is adding a new strength or dosage form?
Thanks again for another great question. So in most cases, we strongly encourage firms to maintain, obviously, the inventory under a specific labeler code of all of the products. But in an instance wherein they submit a reservation for a specific product number, the system will provide them with an error message if indeed that product number has already been used, either reserved for another product and or reserved or actually linked to a listed product, a completed listing. Thank you.
Thank you again for that response. Another question for you, or at least addressed to David Mazik. In this CDER Direct, we understand the NDC reservation can be made at the product code level. Is there an option to reserve the NDC for a new pack count with a future marketing date? As recently we have noticed that listings with a future starting marketing date are appearing in the Daily Med database based on the ANDA start marketing date?
Another great question. So as a caveat to this, keep in mind, these are 2 separate processes. And so the NDC reservation is for pre-market, as I mentioned in my slide, pre-market activities. And so in an instance where a firm has a complete submission, we strongly encourage them to send in a completed drug listing submission, and that will enable them to reference the appropriate start marketing date. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response as well. We do have one more question for you. As part of the NDC reservation process, is the product code initially proposed by the CMO or proposed by FDA, or could it be either?
Great question, and thank you again, Nora. That product code is obviously proposed by the firm. The firm decides which product code they want to assign to specifically to a drug product. The only portion of that NDC that the agency will assign, obviously, is the labeler code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we'll have some questions that came in for Dr. Leila Raju Esfandiari. First question, this is a question on the 14-day listing requirement after application approval. Is a listing of the product required in the 14-day window? Say an applicant was looking for a distributor of their product at the time of approval, but the FDA reviewer required a listing within 14 days of approval. So the applicant had to request a labeler code for themselves to create NDCs saying they were a distributor listing the product with the start marketing date in the future. So Again, could you clarify, is the listing of the product required in the 14-day window?
So I will do my best to address the situation. I have to clarify that FDA does not require listing within 14 days of the approval. What you see in an approval letter that is sent to applicants after a drug is reviewed and approved by FDA is a request to submit labeling within 14 days. And the only way you can submit your labeling to FDA is through the structured product labeling format in your drug listing. So as a result, by default, companies look into drug listing as a way to submit their labeling within 14 days as requested in the approval letter. So what's going to happen is that because the drug listing is tied to commercial distribution of the drug, and you may not start commercial distribution within 14 days for different reasons, what you can do is to list the product, but put a future start marketing date, which is your expected launch date of the product. If anything changes between when you submit that SPL and the actual marketing start date, you can go back and revise the SPL to change some of the elements that you're allowed to change before actually marketing the product.
Thank you so much for that clarification. We have another question for you. What is the time frame for the June review? Is there a plan to institute a window similar to the EOY October to December window for the June review?
So the drug listing review and update has always been the months of June and December. Like many of my colleagues emphasized, we want that information but if you are waiting for those required timeframes to update your drug listing, it will be the entire month of June and entire month of December. There is no plan in changing it. If we change it ever, there has to be a change in the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response as well. Another question that is addressed to you, Dr. Leila Raju Spangieri. How do the updates required under CDER Direct correlate to required updates to DailyMed are needed by a CMO and or applicant holder, if any?
So again, that needs to be clarified that DailyMed includes the drug listing submissions to FDA. The drug listing SPLs that are submitted to FDA, certain categories are actually sent to DailyMed, and that happens every weekday in the afternoon. A file is sent to DailyMed, and the drug listing submissions basically are published along with the labeling of those products. So DailyMed does not have any update requirements. The listing requirements and subsequent update requirements to those listing submissions are FDA requirements. So anything that you submit to FDA has to meet the listing requirements, as my colleagues mentioned, under 21 CFR 207, and follow the update requirements. And those updates are then transmitted to DailyMed once they are revised and sent to FDA.
Great. Thank you again for that response. We have one more question for you. If a manufacturer has gone out of business and a PLD wants to submit an end of marketing date listing, how can it be done? The validator only recognizes listings with an active drugs establishment on record.
That is actually not correct. When you're delisting a drug, and so therefore you change the product status to complete, you have to include all manufacturing establishment in the SPL as required under 207, 21 CFR 207, but some of them may actually be out of business or have deregistered already. So our validations are not checking for an active registration for products that are being discontinued.
Thank you so much for that response. And now we'll move on to some questions that came in for Lieutenant Commander Sujin Park. First question here for you. Can you explain NDC assignments for co-packaged products and multi-level packaged drugs?
Thank you for that question. I hope I can help clarify NDC assignments to these two types of drugs. As I mentioned in my presentation, for the purposes of drug listing, co-packaged drugs are considered kits. And within a kit, there is a CDER or CBER-led single package of 2 or more different products, basically co-packaged together, where at least one of the co-packaged product is a drug or biological product. Therefore, NDC for the kit should be different than the NDC assigned to any of the individual drugs or biological products included in the kit. As an example, if there is a kit containing 2 single-dose vials for injection and 2 vials of diluent, such as like a phosphate buffering solution, NDC for the kit should be different from NDC assigned to the single-dose vials as well as the diluent. And in addition, if there are any non-drug parts associated with the kit's listing, NDC should not be assigned to non-drug parts. And for multi-level package, which includes different levels of packaging for one drugs, I used the example of a carton containing a blister pack of a solid dosage oral dosage form, or a carton containing multiple vials of an injectable. Since the package code segment of the NDC identifies unique package size and type, you should assign a different package code to each level of packing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We have another question for you. Can we reuse the NDC after it's been discontinued?
Thank you for that question. We get this question all the time. So NDC cannot be reused after the product has been discontinued. However, as I mentioned in my presentation, if a discontinued drug resumes marketing without any changes made to the previously listed drug, then the previously assigned NDC should be used. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. One more question for you, Lieutenant Commander Park. When do we need to assign a new NDC for a listed product?
Thank you for that question. Another question that we get all the time. So a new NDC must be assigned to a listed drug product if there are changes to following, and this is identified in 21 CFR 20735 BNC. So any change in drug's established name or proprietary name, if there is a change in active ingredient or strength or dosage form, drug status, drug's intended use, and or any changes to the drug's distinguishing characteristics, such as the color or shape of the tablet. Thank you.
Thank you again. All right, and now we have some questions that came in for Opina Ugwu Oju. First question for you. For products manufactured by CMOs in finished primary packaged by not secondary packaged, how should this be reported? Okay, we might. Oh, there we go. We can hear you.
Yeah, so thank you. That's a very good question. The obligation to report drug amount reports actually belongs to the registrant, right? So if you're registered and identified in a drug listing file as engaged in the manufacture of a drug, then you're required to submit drug amount report. So it doesn't really matter whether where you are in the supply chain, but if the listing identifies you as engaged as a manufacturer of that product, then you're required to submit drug amount. Thank you.
Thank you for that response as well. We do have another question for you. When a manufacturer or registrant located outside the USA ships bulk quantities of a product to the US for repackaging and distribution under private label NDCs, who all are responsible for the annual volume reporting? Should the manufacturer report bulk finished product quantities released under the bulk NDCs and the US agent who handles the PLD NDCs? Or is it required to report distributed quantities against each private label NDC?
So thank you again for this question. And I think we get these types of questions a lot from registrants. So I think that the key thing is really to look at the listing for a particular drug, right? So it's about the establishment that is engaged in the manufacture of the drug product. So, and actually that's one of the things we try to clarify in the final guidance, that regardless of where you are in the supply chain, if you are currently registered and you're listed in the listing as engaged in the manufacture of the drug product, then you're required to submit the amount that you yourself manufactured, regardless of what happens downstream with that particular drug product. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. Another question for you. Are OTC drugs such as sunscreens subject to the reporting?
Yes. So all listed drugs are subject to drug amount reporting, except for those that were exempt, but those are mostly biological products. So yes, if the product is listed with FDA, then we expect the registrant, especially the manufacturers, to submit the amount of that drug that they manufactured for that particular calendar year. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And actually another question for you as well. We are manufacturing an API in Mexico. Do we have to use a new report submission?
So it depends. Again, the drug amount reporting is tied to how a drug is registered and listed with FDA. So if you're an API manufacturer in Mexico and you're identified as the manufacturer of that product, then we expect you to report or submit drug amount report for that product. So it depends on how you're listed in a particular drug as a manufacturer. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much as well. Now we have another question that came in for Dr. Leila Raju Esfandiari. Does the FDA have an effective date for the new NDC format?
Thank you for that question. We actually got quite a few questions in reference to the effective date. So I need to make sure that we clarify here that what is in place right now is a proposed rule. Please keep that in mind. We are working towards finalizing the rule, and you will know when it's finalized and published. But until then, it remains to be a proposed rule. So there are no effective dates. Everything in the presentation that I had on the NDC format and everything that was discussed about a future format, a possible future format of the NDC is what is proposed. What is proposed now is that the effective date of the final rule after it's published will be delayed for 5 years. So because we don't have a published date, we don't have an effective date yet. But once it's published, it will lay out exactly what the expectations are, if it actually is finalized as proposed or there will be any changes. It remains to be seen.
Thank you very much for that response. Another question for you. Is OTC drug listing or having an NDC for OTC mandatory?
Thank you for that question. So any drug that is subject to drug listing requirements, including OTC drugs, are required to have an NDC. Keep in mind that, as we discussed in our presentations today, inclusion of the NDC on a drug label is not a requirement under labeling requirements. So if you see an OTC drug that does not include an NDC, and one example could be fluoride toothpaste, it doesn't mean it's not assigned an NDC. So let's just make sure we have those two concepts separate, because that fluoride toothpaste is a drug, should be listed, and should have an NDC assigned to it.
Thanks so much. Another question for you. If my product was originally submitted under the OTC monograph, not final category, and has not been assigned an updated OTC monograph, how should the SPL be updated?
So as I mentioned in my presentation, the old marketing categories for OTC monograph drugs, final and not final, do not exist anymore. We allowed products to actually continue being certified last year because those new categories went into place on October 1st, 2023, as I mentioned. But this year, you will not be able to certify your drug listing if they are included under the old marketing categories that are not relevant or applicable anymore, or the old CFR citations. So OTC drug manufacturers and distributors that have drug listing with FDA and should update their drug list and should certify their drug listing to be current for the next year. If they intend to continue manufacturing and distributing, they must actually access their listing SPLs updated with the correct reference to the marketing category and relevant monograph ID if applicable, and send those updated versions. And that will actually certify their products throughout the next year. So they don't need to go through the certification. They can't actually go through the certification with those old information.
Thank you so much for that response. And now we'll get in some questions that were addressed to Dr. Julian Chun. Dr. Chun, would I need to create a new NDC for the same formulation with the same characteristics, but manufacturers from two different manufacturers in order to meet a large order?
Thank you for that question. So you would not need to create a new NDC, but you would need to include both establishments in the listing so that it reflects that your drug product is being made by by two different facilities.
Thank you for that response. Another question for you. What should be used as marketing start date when listing as a CMO? In our case, the product itself was initially marketed about a year ago, but our establishment has just begun manufacturing the products. So for the marketing start date, should we use the initial marketing date of the product or the date that our establishment began manufacturing the product?
Thank you for that question. So for the CMO listing, so if you're the contract manufacturer, your listing should reflect the marketing start date when you started making the drug product. So if you just started making it, you should use the date that you started making it. The PLD listing, the private label distributor listing, would have the start marketing date from when they started marketing it, but the CMO listing is when you started manufacturing it. Well, thank you.
All right. No problem. Thank you again for that response. We actually have another question that came in for you as well. In your example, if Wonder Pharma had a site in New York and one in LA, would that 10-count blister pack have a separate NDC based on the site it was packaged, assuming source NDC is the same?
Thanks for that question. No, the site does not determine the NDC. So a site made in New York and a drug made in New York and a drug made in LA, as long as being made the same, should retain the same NDC. And like the previous example, if both establishments should be included in the listing so that each place where the drug is being made is reflected within the drug listing. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that response. Now we'll have another question that came in for Dr. Vikas Arora. Could you please clarify whether the drug listing must be submitted in June and December in order to avoid the inactivation of drug product, even though the no blanket change is only available during October through December?
Thank you for that question. The short answer is no. You will only submit a listing when an update is required. If you've submitted an updated version of your drug listing SPL during the current calendar year, then your listing is certified. If you have not, if October 1st comes around and you have not required any updates to your drug listing throughout the year, and all of your information in your drug listing remains correct, at that time, you could complete a blanket no change certification certifying that your listing or listings are accurate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We'll actually address a question now that came in for Dr. Yogesh Paruthi. Can the marketing status be switched from complete back to active to easily relist a drug product?
Thank you for the question. So yes, only if the exact same product resumes commercial distribution, it can be relisted by changing marketing status back to active. But please note, the registrant must propose a new and unique NDC for a drug when there is a change after the drug is initially marketed. So if you are looking for a full list of what changes require new NDC, you want to refer to 21 CFR 207.35. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have another question for you as well. If I am updating outdated information, is it important that the end marketing date selected be a specific date, or can the updating date be used?
Thanks, Nora. So our regulation required that the marketing end date should correspond to the expiration date of the last lot that was manufactured. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Okay, I guess maybe, sorry, let's see. We still have a few questions that came in, so I guess we'll continue on going with some questions here. Let's see, I can go to some questions now, back to Dr. Leila Raju Esfandiari. This question for you, if you are currently manufacturing OTC monograph drugs, what is the fee for 2025?
Thank you for that question. So our office does not set up fees, whether they are AMUFA or GDUFA or other fees that are required to be paid to FDA. You have to, there was a Federal Register notice for the fiscal year 2025 AMUFA fees that was published in July of 2024. So I would invite you, and the link to that FRN is actually included at the end of my presentation on that OTC drugs updates. So you can click on that, and I think you will find it there, but it is basically published and managed by Office of Financial Management in FDA.
All right, thank you so much. And we have another question for you as well. Does the marketing start date need to be updated in eDRLS after the first sales of the product?
So drug listing is, as I mentioned, reflective of commercial distribution. And commercial distribution is something that is defined under our regulations in 21 CFR 207.1. It's basically any distribution. And for example, for imported drugs, it starts with importation. I think that will answer some of the other questions we got on that subject, but please think of it as a commercial distribution, not necessarily sale, and not necessarily the marketing activities, but as it's defined under 207.1.
All right. Thank you again so much for that response and all the information. I think that may be all the questions that we have time for. Once again, just thank you to our presenters for all the excellent information and insights. And I guess we can also let everyone know that for those questions that we did not or were not able to address, we can go ahead and send them to eDRLS@fda.hhs.gov. And now, just a few final reminders as we close out our day. Again, recordings will be posted on our website. That's www.fda.gov/CDER Be sure to use the evaluation link to obtain a certificate of attendance to support continuing education credits from SOCRA, RAPS, SQA, and ACRP. And also note that CE claim codes will be sent to attendees for continuing education credits for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. Those codes will be emailed within 24 hours of the conclusion of the event here. And again, one more reminder, the evaluation and certificate is available for 2 weeks only. So that's until September 26, 2024. Thank you once more to all who participated today. This concludes today's sessions, and we look forward to you joining us again for future events and hope everyone has a good rest of the day.